Call to order the work session for the Board of Education this afternoon. Monday, December the 2nd. So, what I would like to do is open with Dr. Coons providing some opening comments, please. Are we having a mic problem? Are we good? Okay.
Great.
All right, Dr. Coons.
Well, I just want to start with this season of gratitude for the department staff. We've had some really great things happen recently. Our department has partnered with VAST to provide school divisions with a team of people, including a superintendent, 4 days of AI framework planning with national experts. 72 school divisions have taken advantage of this opportunity. We have also partnered with Germanna Community College and other VCCS partners to provide 16 half-day PD sessions across all 8 regions about teaching with AI for teachers and instructional coaches. We believe this is the only statewide effort in the country and really want to give a huge shout out to Dr. Myers and his team for partnering with VAS on that. In partnership with Virginia Works, the department was awarded a $6 million competitive grant with the U.S. Department of Labor to develop and expand registered teacher apprenticeship pathways and pre-apprenticeship opportunities for future teachers in Virginia. Our Office of Human Capital solicited grant proposals from ed prep teams and local school divisions. We received 14 submissions from EPPs. That's 39% of all EPPs that have requested support for 625 teacher apprentices. And our goal was to support 170 teacher apprentices. So we have a large body of interest with a request of over $11.5 million with a budget of $2.5 million. So we're really excited to expand our pipeline work and excited for the interest across the Commonwealth. I want to give a huge shout out to Dr. Gilstrap and Dr. Raley for leading that work. Want to talk about our new VQB5 portal was launched in October with 3,121 site quality profiles for childcare, Head Start, family childcare, and school-based preschools. This provides parents with a one-stop shop for health, safety, and learning information that reflects insights from 28,000 classroom observations. 98% of the sites meet expectations with 79 nation-leading exemplars in all program types. Since the launch, there have been 38,000 views of the portal and 850 data downloads of the state data since October. In addition, the early childhood team completed 9 in-person deep dives in October and November throughout the Ready regions, which support over 400 leaders in educators from childcare, family childcare, Head Start, early childhood special education, community colleges, higher ed, business training, and technical assistance. And then we had 2 schools. I know we recognized several schools at our last board meeting, but we have Greendale Elementary School in Washington County and Belmont Elementary School in Prince William County as our ESEA Distinguished School winners that are recognized for exceptional student performance for 2 years. And then finally, the department received our official late liquidation request approval that allows us to extend our ESSER funds through March 31st, 2026. This will allow Virginia to continue our Grow Your Own, our chronic absenteeism dashboard, our ZERN, our Ignite, and Lexia program for school divisions. Moreover, our team, our finance team, and our late liquidation ESSER team, I just want to give them a huge shout out. We have probably the best drawdown in the country with 0.02% of drawdown funds for ESSER left to be spent. That is amazing and unheard of. So we are almost completely spent on our ESSER $3. So just want to shout out the different work from everything from human capital to finance and the great work that our teams are doing at the department.
Thank you, Dr. Coons. And now we will move to Dr. Myers. You are starting us off with the presentation under item A. Okay, Dr. Myers, Dr. Armstrong, and M. Okay, come on up.
I'm going to kick off the department team Last month, we had the opportunity to launch the Performance and Support Framework Hub. And this hub is a one-stop shop for everything from what is the performance framework that the board voted to approve in August to what's the data behind that, what are the supports? And really, we have partnered shoulder to shoulder with our school divisions on how to use data, to have transparent data, to have more data available for school leaders and for school division leaders to really understand where they are, where they're going, and what they need. So I'm very proud of the work we have accomplished to create the Performance Support Framework Hub. This is to wrap around all of the work the board has been doing for over 2 years and working towards with the framework that was approved in August and September. So I'm very excited that we are going to move to that and work through the framework with our team. And I just kind of want to introduce that Dr. Armstrong oversees our accountability work at the agency. Dr. Myers oversees, undersees, or works around, spends a whole lot of time with numbers and data and does all of the data work at the agency. And our Deputy Teaching of Learning, M. Cooper, manages all of our support frameworks. So all three of our cabinet members are going to work today and talk about the Performance and Support Framework Hub.
Thank you, Dr. Coons, Madam President, and board members. Good afternoon. As you can see on the slide, the board's work began in the summer of 2022 prior to the arrival of many of us, myself included, to the agency. And deep design work of the school performance and support framework commenced in the summer of 2023. That was followed by 20 in-person engagements across the Commonwealth over the course of 6 months in the winter and spring of 23 to 24. Public comment, public hearing, and board approval of performance categories through early summer of 2024. And the board's ultimate approval in July and August of 2024 of the school performance support framework, standards of accreditation, and the revised ESSA state plan. The data provided in this table reflects the typical collection of school performance data through September 30th, 2024, and represents the number and percentage of elementary, middle, high, and unique configuration schools that would fall under the board-approved performance categories. And I will note that unique configuration schools refers to schools that don't typically fit the mold of your K through 5 elementary, 6 through 8 middle, 9 through 12 high schools. We do have across the state K through 3 schools, 7 through 12, K through 8. So that is the notation on that column in the table. This, of course, includes the board-approved performance categories of distinguished, on-track, off-track, and needs-intensive support categories if the 2023-2024 data were integrated into the newly adopted school and support performance framework. The predictive data shared with divisions is intended to support schools as they prepare for the 2025 implementation of the school performance support framework. As you can see, based on the September 30th final data, roughly 2/3 of elementary and high schools and slightly more than half of our middle schools would be considered distinguished or on track if the school performance support framework was used to analyze 23-24 data. There have been questions around how performance level category data has evolved since initial discussions, which date back to the spring of 2024. But as the superintendent, Chad Alderman and Ann Hyslop have indicated to the board on several occasions, data was continuing to be collected as it is each year and fed into calculations, which has resulted in a more accurate and complete picture of performance levels in this simulation. Moving on, this is the what section of the hub. The SPSF hub contains a variety of resources responsive to many of the essential questions, decisions, and conversations that have transpired in the past several months. This includes, as you can see here, frequently asked questions, an overview of the more under the hood components of the framework, a detailed description of accountability and accreditation as unique bifurcated systems, a timeline of the engagement of the agency board and partners since summer of 2022, and specific documents outlining both mastery and growth components of the framework. These documents can be used by board members, superintendents, principals, anyone, and is readily available to teach and empower all members of school communities. And to dig in further on a few of these examples, the framework overview, for example, provides clear descriptions of the 4 performance categories, as well as details related to federal identification and MOU divisions. Framework weighting by level is described using clear, easy to understand visuals. And this resource, like all hub resources, is intended to be easily understood by anyone, teacher, parent, community partner, whether education is your business or not, and can be used to teach and empower on behalf of Virginia students. The Mastery Weight Index you see on the right is a great example of this transparent and understandable design. Rather than just provide a table with mastery performance level weights, the resource walks the audience through the calculation step by step. And I will pass it to my colleague, Dr. Myers.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm going to talk a little bit about the data toolkit that's part of the hub. As part of our efforts to ensure school division personnel know what data goes into the SPSF and how that data interacts and is used to calculate the framework score, we have created this toolkit. Every division has access to every data element that goes into the framework and has been trained on how the numerator and denominator works for every indicator, and ultimately is added to how it's ultimately added together for an overall framework score. As you will see, we have held 16 regional superintendent trainings in all. We're also holding weekly office hours. We are also holding weekly office hours, and we are doing personal individual meetings. We've done over 40 of those and still counting. I have personally answered many emails and sat down with virtual calls with divisions spending upward of an hour or more to help them understand exactly where the data are coming from and how they are used to calculate their school's framework scores. This level of outreach is unprecedented compared to years past and will continue, and we will continue to do this until everyone's questions are answered. As part of the data toolkit in the SPSF hub, superintendents, test and data personnel, and principals can take their data they have in SSWS, which is our internal system that we use to deliver sensitive data. And they can start plugging these numbers to get their numerator and denominator for each indicator that is then used to add together for an overall score. One of the best parts of this tool is not only will it allow you to understand and calculate your current framework score, but it will also allow you to change the numbers to forecast what, say, for instance, 10 more passing reading scores or 7 more students meeting growth in math could mean for your overall score. Or you could decrease your chronic absenteeism in this tool by 3% and see how that would change the chronic absenteeism indicator as well as the overall score. So what I really like about this is school personnel, including principals at the school level, can calculate their own scores, understand how it all works, and even play around with it to see how they could improve their score by just adding to each indicator. Sorry, I didn't advance the screen there on that. So as you can see also on this data calculation tool, as the schools plug in, there's multiple tools on here. This is just an example of one of them. But as schools plug in their information, they simply add. It's a pretty simple math equation at that point where they add their index scores together to get a final composite score. The other thing that we've added, of course, before you start plugging these numbers, you can use these resources on our tool, our support data literacy that's in the toolkit. You can use these tools to understand how every indicator is calculated and where that data is coming from. The data literacy tools also provide answers to frequently asked questions like, what happens to my EL score if I have less than 15 students and the indicator is missing? Or how is my school calculated if I have a combined school that may include a mix of elementary and middle school grades, or middle and high school, or even the occasional K-12 school that we have in Virginia? These tools are great self-help technical assistant tools that can be used along with the dozens and dozens of in-person sessions we have and will continue to do, so that every school understands how this framework works, and that they can be their own stewards of this data, and that they can really use their own understanding to calculate and understand what their overall score is. I am now going to turn this over to the Deputy Superintendent of Teaching Learning, M. Cooper, who's going to talk about the Supports Virginia Learners tab in this hub.
Good afternoon. So Dr. Armstrong explained what the accountability system is and the resources to support the framework. Dr. Myers explained, so what does the data mean? And I'm here to share now what? Now what does this mean for educators and families? The last three sections you see on the screen in the hub are the most important, and they're to empower educators and families to use the data to drive improvement for students in classrooms and at home. The Supporting Virginia Educators section provides 4 roadmaps for readiness, one for superintendents, one for principals, one for teachers, and one for parents. And these roadmaps guide users through steps to unpack the data and reports, create or update a plan for improvement, and then identify the supports and resources available to improve growth and proficiency in each school performance component. These roadmaps are a key resource for superintendents to use with their cabinet members to understand division-wide data, update their current continuous improvement plan, and what supports may be needed to include in their division plan or school-specific supports, which I'll walk through in just a moment, for their school leaders and principal supervisors. Principals can use their roadmap with their school instructional leadership team to understand their site-specific data across each school performance component and student group, update their school support plan, and then select from the resources and opportunities available from VDOE to include in that school's plan. Teachers can use their roadmap to drill down into their own students' data to understand growth and proficiency for each student in their class, update student-specific plans, and identify resources from VDOE to support their instruction in their classroom. And then finally, parents also have a roadmap to understand their child's assessment reports, create a plan for helping their own child, and then they are directed to the resources they can use to support learning in their home. The Family Supports page is a comprehensive one-stop shop for parents to learn more about their child's growth and proficiency and the resources they can use at home to reinforce learning from their child's classroom. Families can access resources, tips, and activities to support their child at home in reading, math, science, absenteeism, and readiness. And in each of the content areas, materials are organized by grade band, making it user-friendly for parents. The pages also share what parents should expect at each grade band and content area, the milestones they should be looking for or seeing in their child as they achieve, and then tools for parent-teacher communication to discuss how their child is doing and what support they may need with their child's teachers. The Educator Supports page is a robust suite of resources for teachers and school leaders at all grade levels and school performance categories. Aligned to the data toolkit that Dr. Myers talked about earlier, each category of resources provides educators with the supports and opportunities organized by need. The content area pages of reading, math, and science focus on standards and curriculum implementation, effective instructional practices, and professional learning. Our team continues to be responsive to the field by adding supports and resources as we are getting input on the hub. Dr. Myers and Dr. Armstrong are also providing technical assistance and office hours, as they mentioned. And we're also adding a button on the hub for parents and educators to request any additional supports or resources that they may need. We stand ready to support the field in school performance and support and strive for continuous improvement in all of our schools. Thank you all very much.
Are there questions? I would like to just tell you guys and also give you, or maybe frame it in a question. So it seems like you all have taken quite a bit of time to really think through the specific needs of schools, what they might think about as far as questioning that very small specifics about, like Dr. Myers mentioned about, well, if I have 15 ESL students, what does that do? I'm very appreciative of that thought process that you all have put very, very detailed time and effort into. And I can tell by that you all have been using those office hours, have been getting feedback on how to continuously improve this process so that, again, as the board has gone through this entire process, it has always been about transparency and how we can best help and support school divisions as they move to be their very best. So have you all gotten a lot of feedback and made a lot of, or at least made some changes to how you're presenting the data or how you're presenting the information for schools up to this point since this has been rolled out?
I would say it's definitely been an iterative process along the way. Every time I meet with someone, I met with a school division for about an hour and 10 minutes late or early last week. Might have been right before Thanksgiving there. And I will just tell you the feedback I got was just really helpful. We were talking about IB students and how that works and with IB diplomas. And it was just really helpful to think through in the future how to communicate even more succinctly or better on what an IB diploma versus IB tests, the two various tests you can take, and how that combos with AP students. It's not really complicated. It's something new that people are getting to understand. And so hearing how they received that and how then we can improve the documents that we're putting back out. Absolutely. That's what we're trying to do. I actually look at this as a field test for me, right? Like I have hundreds of eyes looking at all of this right now. And that's what we want, because we want this to be really good. And we want this to be something that accurately reflects schools across Virginia. So I actually, the more eyes on it, the better is the way I look at it. And so, yeah, we've received a lot of great feedback and we'll continue these sessions. I think by the time it's said and done, President Creasy, we will have probably met with all 131 school divisions individually by the time this is said and done, just to give them the time and information and expertise that they need.
Thank you. Other questions, Ms. Holton?
Thank you, Dr. Myers and team, for all this good work and for sharing it with us today. If you could go back to, I think it's slide 5, the percentages page, performance levels. Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. It'll just take me a second to get back to that slide here.
When we saw this earlier iterations of this data this summer and we're making decisions about their framework, we were also given modeling data that showed that our higher poverty schools were overrepresented among the needs intensive support and off-track schools, and our wealthier schools were overrepresented among the distinguished and on-track schools. Have we done that? And now the numbers have changed quite dramatically overall. Have you done any new modeling data, or can we ask that we get new modeling data so as to understand whether this current version of the system is equally demographically skewed?
Yeah, I'm sorry, were one of you going to, okay, I'm happy to answer that. Yeah, so as Dr. Armstrong mentioned earlier in his presentation, we did see quite a bit more data come in between the spring and early summer. There's lots of data that still comes in through, that's why we don't put accreditation out each year until September, because all the data has to be finalized. So a lot of these changes occurred to that. And as you can imagine, if you had a school at 79 or 78 and something changed that and moved it up to an 80, you could have a good number of schools, which I suspect we did early in the spring, kind of at that threshold level, and some changes in data push that over. So you can get changes like what we saw. We are not doing any other modeling right now. We have been doing a considerable amount of research on the model and making sure that these models are making sense. I will tell you some data I just looked at just recently even showed that there wasn't a lot of difference between EL schools with high EL populations and those without high EL populations, which was really good to actually see that kind of data. So we are seeing, more and more things like that. But I'm not running any more modeling at this time.
Well, that is actually an example of the kind of modeling I'd love to have us see.
Mhm.
So for instance, what you've just described that you've done about EL students, if we could see that, that would be terrific. But also, I understand what you're saying about why there was some discrepancy, but to point out, I mean, this discrepancy was quite sharp. We were told in August that we were being presented with data based on the 23-24 school year, and 60+% of our schools were off track or needing intensive support. And now that number somehow magically changed to 35% are in those two categories. So almost half, a huge difference. And so it seems to me that that would then behoove us to go back and look at some of those demographic questions to see maybe we've solved the problem of overrepresentation of poor kids in the more difficult categories, or maybe we haven't. And so the modeling you say you've just done about EL kids, I would love to have us see, but I would love to have you do the same modeling for economic demographics.
Dr. Gaines?
I just want to remind the board that early in the spring, Chad and Ann cautious us around modeling, and we used 23 data, then we used partial data, and they cautioned us each time Chad presented the modeling data saying this was incomplete. And want to reiterate what Dr. Meyer said is we don't present accreditation data until the end of September, because that is when schools finalize their data. I also want to mention that you asked us to work on a system that creates transparency and identifies need, identifies where that is. And that was the goal of releasing the hub, releasing the data, to make sure our school divisions have the opportunity now to focus on their data, focus on what their data is saying, and focus on the school division's ability to make changes and impact. And that is where the team is focusing based on the board's decision to move forward in August and September. So I just want to reiterate what Chad and Ann said all through the summer, that this was early modeling data. None of it was complete. We did not have finalized data until September 30th.
Well, some of
Mr.
that just,
Rotherham?
sorry.
Go ahead.
Some of that
Ms.
just
Holton?
some of that just begs the question for why we're rushing this before we have that modeling data. I'm maybe the only board member that was involved in a prior round of changes to accreditation, and we had all of that kind of modeling data before we made changes. That would lead to and I think that we still have huge transparency issues. I do think it's a huge advance that you've given the divisions the tools to make these calculations now, but without explaining what's going on in that black box that made things change so drastically from before, and frankly, without being more transparent to parents, I don't think that this is, if anything, this is a huge step backwards compared to our school quality profiles, for instance, that gave parents terrific transparency under the old system. But to bring it to a question, I know you've heard from divisions representing at least a third of our school students. The Region 4 divisions have submitted a letter requesting that we delay implementation for a year so as to enable them to make adjustments, to get resources to the kids that need them the most, to make the kind of changes you're suggesting they can make in the data, to make that on the ground. to a system that they were not told what the rules were going to be before they started this school year. Have you heard that request for delay from other divisions beyond those Region 4 divisions? And if so, are we considering delaying a year so as to allow the school divisions to implement changes on the ground to help improve their performance?
Dr. Coons?
Ms. Halton, thank you for that question. I think you're referring to a letter that had 8 school board presidents. I don't believe there were any school division superintendents that signed that. 8 out of 131. I just want to correct. You said that was about a third of our school
Yeah,
divisions.
those 8 divisions represent 1/3 of the student body of the Commonwealth of Virginia. They are the 8 largest, essentially. The Northern Virginia divisions in Region 4 include the largest divisions, and therefore, as their letter points out, they represent 1/3 of our students.
Thank you for that clarification that there was a letter from 8 school board presidents that asked for that. You also said that there's less data now than there ever has been before. I would disagree with that statement. There is more data and more transparency available on our website for every single stakeholder than has ever been in the past.
I was misunderstood if I said there was less data. I did say there's less transparency. We have nothing equivalent to the school quality profiles that it can allow parents, teachers, educators, everybody to see easily how their school is doing, how their division is doing.
I do believe that this whole process started based on us looking at all of those things and determining that it was very difficult for parents to understand that.
This is more
Mr.
difficult.
Rotherham?
I saw Ms. Northern, if you, I would yield, and then at some point, I'm hoping to say something.
Sure. Dr. Northern?
So I have spent a lot of time with the system in between our last meeting and this meeting because I had some questions of my own and was just trying to get to the bottom of things. Am I on? Oh, sorry. And I would say that all of my questions were answered. I had a long meeting with Dr. Myers, also talked to Dr. Coons about the questions that I thought that divisions might have. And I would say a few things I learned just for everyone's edification. One is, some of the data that we're missing were the IB and the ASVAB data that have since come in. The other clarification I had was around 3E data, because I think reasonable people can disagree on whether kids should be triple counted. So in other words, if they get, a point for taking an IB or a college board test, and then they take the ASVAB test, and then they do dual enrollment, they're going to be triple counted. And I thought, I don't know about that. But then when I talked to Dr. Myers, he's like, it's an and model. And we do think that if kids do multiple of these things, then they should be rewarded for taking advantage of multiple opportunities. Now, one day districts may figure that out and they may end up gaming the system. And at that point, we would need to look at that again. And we've said all along, this is an iterative system and that we'll, learn from it as we go. And so my point in saying that is that we are going to make some adjustments along the way. We're going to evolve as the system ages. We're kind of playing with a baby here, and the baby's going to grow up, and we're going to change, some of the rules around that baby. That's a terrible metaphor, but you understand what I'm saying. So I think that, and I came back, I said, I don't understand this, how is this, how does the denominator, because the denominator is 100, and that means that everybody's got to get 100, even if they don't have every single indicator. And then that indicator gets apportioned to other categories sometimes. So for instance, if they don't have the EL kids. Some people may disagree. Some people would say, oh, we should have a total. The total should change based on, how many indicators they have. But we don't think that makes sense, because then you'd have different numbers that would total for the distinguished, and distinguished would be a different amount of points for elementary versus middle versus high school. So we decided to be more transparent and actually have it match up. So I will just say that all of these decision rules make sense personally to me now that I've had the time to actually ask every single decision rule that I wanted to know. And this is what's been explained to all these divisions. And I'm hoping that they're getting their questions answered as we go along. So I will just say that I do think it's been transparent, and these little template things that where districts can go in and add up and see, that is a game changer for districts, because it nails transparency to the wall. There will be no way they can go into this calculation sheet and have questions, because it will very much say, well, the reason that this is this way is because you don't have enough ELL kids or whatnot. I've spent the time on it, so I feel very confident about that. Other thing, and just real briefly, and I'll wrap it up, is I just am incredibly proud of this department. There are a handful of states that have had to take leadership roles at state agencies, and most state agencies are not equipped to lead. They don't have the talent, they don't have the manpower, they don't have the experience, and this department has really rose to the occasion as a state agency. And they have really gone out on front of this and come up with an amazing number of resources in a short amount of time, yes, but they're also whole-handing each district along with them, answering their questions, office hours, so on and so forth. So I just want to say kudos to this department on the role that they've taken as a leadership, and that it's rare, honestly, across the country that state agencies are able to lead in this way.
Miss Ashton, or do you want to go?
I'm ready.
He's still baking his thoughts.
Yeah, no, I'm ready, but go ahead, go ahead. That's a tough act to follow, so you go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say double down what Amber said. And I think what is most impressive from my perspective is that it has kept all throughout the process every stakeholder in mind. When I look at the toolkit and it says parents, educators, teachers, like everyone has a tool here, and it's not just the administration or the state board. And so again, just thank you for your comprehensive work. It's not going to be perfect, but I do think giving superintendents and teachers and parents the tools to begin to really unpack the data is what's going to exponentially move every kid forward in Virginia, and not just some of our scholars. So thank you. Andy's ready.
Are you ready?
Sure, I will.
Mr. Rotherham?
Yeah, I concur
Ms.
with
McPherson.
much of what my colleagues have said. I just want to make 3 quick points. First of all, first one, echoing a lot. Thank you all. Really, this is a fantastic model. I think we will have to iterate on it and so forth, but the degree of transparency, the user friendliness, it's really fantastic. It's the direction we should be going as a Commonwealth in providing more data, more information. And so like the announcement was exciting, being able to the presentation day and being able to use this. So that's fantastic. And very much appreciated. Second, just to like ground this again in some data, I have trouble following aspects of this conversation. We live in a Commonwealth. By the time kids get to 8th grade on the NAEP, about half of our kids are below basic. About 51% are at basic or above. So below basic, again, you can argue about the NAEP levels. There is no disagreement that below basic is just not an acceptable place for us to have kids at, especially kids we've had for so long. You're basically unprepared for any of the kinds of opportunities we're talking about in post-secondary, whether it's college, careers, the military. So we keep saying, well, we're going to identify these schools. That 50% of kids, they go to school somewhere in this state, right? And so any accountability system that's being honest, we're going to identify a lot of schools that are underserving these kids. And again, it's a kind of a gut check moment. We can continue to come at this from what do the divisions think? What do the divisions want? What does it look like? Or we can come at it from what are the actual results we're getting, and what do we need to do to get serious about improving opportunities and outcomes for those kids? And we go around on this again and again. And with respect, I get why the divisions want to delay. If I were some of those divisions, I would want to delay too, because disaggregated accountability reveals some uncomfortable things about some of the stories we've been telling. And this goes back to No Child Left Behind. We tried to disaggregate. We couldn't do it. We had to always try to stay ahead. We're now doing it again. We either like step up and confront this, and as leaders get serious then about what are the things we need to do, or we just continue to try to figure out what's the story we want to tell, what's easier for the adults. And so I just, I'm glad we have this. I do think it cannot get divorced from this larger picture, which even despite some of the changes we've made over the last decade that lowered standards, and you can see the results on, with where our cut scores line up with other states, our state tests tell this too. It's not just the NAEP. And so we need to engage with that. There's work we have to do. That's a separate conversation. There's work we have to do there on our own tests, but we have to engage with where that data is or act. And I hope that we can, as a Commonwealth, come together and act on that and not continue to sort of kick this can down the road, because it's underserving these kids. It's been underserving them for a long time. And the problem is particularly acute now with what we know about what happened with the pandemic, just also what we know about just the importance of education. So it's a tremendous opportunity. You all have done a small part, but really important part in helping present that data. So hopefully we can have a conversation across the Commonwealth about that. So thank you.
Miss McPherson and then Dr. Bryce.
I wanted to thank the staff as well for the immense amount of work that's gone into creating the data. I'd have to agree that we still have a lot of work to do, and especially since we recognize that maybe some of the data is going to shift a bit as we continue to go through it. I looked at the off-track numbers and the needs intensive support numbers, and when you combine those numbers for each one of the categories, we still have, for instance, with elementary schools, we still have with elementary schools 365 schools that are in either off track or needs intensive support out of 1,111 schools, which puts that roughly at about 33%. And middle school, we're at 44% between those two categories, and high schools, we're at least at 33%. So obviously, there's still a lot of work to be done with these school areas. So regardless of the fact that we got the raw numbers, I'm more concerned about we got that many institutions that are still on a day-to-day basis, not quite where we want them to be. I'm hoping that the use of the resources is going to help improve these numbers, but I agree with Mr. Roddenham that at some point we really got to drill down there and figure out where we're going to place the resources, because we got to get intensive support schools off of that track. At least they got to move up 2 levels to be on track, and off track students got to move up at least a minimum of 1 whole division in order to be on track. I'd like to see everybody in a distinguished category, but we are where we are.
Dr. Bryce and Dr.
Thank you.
Coons.
I want to echo my fellow board members and just applaud you all on this work. I think the hub exceeded my expectations, at least. And one of the things I really appreciate is how intuitive it is, and that, you know, for educators, it's arranged by content area, whereas for family, it's arranged by grade level. Looking at the family supports page, this would have been a total game changer as a parent during the pandemic, being able to look, okay, what exactly should my kid be learning right now? Especially when when schools were first closed and there was no online school, there was nothing. This would have been a dream to have something like this. So thank you. I have 2 questions. First is, because I think this information is so rich for parents, what is the plan? I know you've been doing a ton of work with school divisions, getting this information out. What's the plan for getting this information out to parents and making sure that they're aware of it? And know how to use it. And then my second question is, all of the educator supports, and there are a lot on there. Obviously, our teachers don't have more hours in the day now. So how can we support teachers in learning about this and implementing it in their classroom? Can we have, maybe you're already planning on this, will there be some incorporation of this stuff in teachers' professional development days so that they can learn about this during time that's already set aside for them? I'm just wondering about outreach both to parents and to teachers. Oh, wait, one more question. The people who are attending the info sessions, who is it generally? Is it people from central office, or is it superintendents, principals, teachers, all of the above?
Yeah, I can answer that one real quickly. It's been mostly so far what's known as a DDOT. Also other key leaders, school counselors. We've also had, there have been some principals that have been on. We've had a lot of superintendents. Dr. Coons was very intentional from the beginning that this would be from a top the superintendent needs to know how to calculate this, and many of them do. It's pretty impressive how many of them have really dug in and looking at the denominator and numerator of all these indicators. So it's been a pretty mixed bag. I think division data personnel and testing coordinators, the DDOTs, they're the ones that have kind of traditionally done this across the state. And so there's quite a bit of train the trainer, I think, going on with that.
Dr. Coons.
Yeah, so I think, as Dr. Meyer said, our first round was really focusing on superintendents and making sure they understood and could use those calculator tools and really had a grasp on their data. And so we've shifted and had several principals training. I think Andy and I think we have another one for elementary school principals this week. And now you're going to hear from Learning Heroes this afternoon to talk about our next wave is to really getting information out to parents and families and doing that. And I think once we have a tipping point with superintendents and principals, they design those professional development days and those support days. We can start sitting down with our regional superintendents and moving into those stakeholders. So thank you for calling those out.
Madam President. Ms. Holton.
I have one comment and one question. My comment is just to say, I think it's unfair to suggest inappropriate motives, and not that you all did, but I'm challenging my fellow board members. I'm sure you didn't mean to suggest inappropriate motives on behalf of these school board leaders who have asked for delay. I am absolutely confident they have asked for delay because they want to do the very best by all of our students and because they want to be able to support their teachers. They may see that differently than you, but it's not because they want to cover up problems. They are in the field every day trying to get the very best education to all of our kids. And I have complete confidence in our school division leaders that as to their motivation, whether or not they agree with you as to the mechanics of how we implement all of this. My one specific question I wanted to ask is, it has been brought to my attention since we adopted this new system, we had a major change in how we're evaluating English language learners. And we were told that most of the other states are doing it the way we are now doing it, which is aligning the 3 semesters to the federal requirements. But it's been brought to my attention that most of the other states also offer native language testing options to students who are more comfortable taking, for instance, their math and science tests in Spanish or Arabic, whatever if they're literate in their native language, they're given those options for testing. And that's apparently the case in the majority, all those states that are doing it the way we are now transitioning to do it, most of them are offering native language testing. Is that an alternative that we will be able to offer to our English language learners this year, or will we be able to, or is there anything we can do to expedite it so they can be offered that option next year?
Dr. Coons.
Thank you for that question, Ms. Holton. We did in the RFA process and in the presentation ask for the cost of what it would be to offer math, science, and social studies in native languages. That will be part of the RFA report when we have that opportunity and part of the RFP considerations for assessments.
So we can't get, that report
Ms.
was
Holton?
due, November 1st. We still don't have it. It's over a month overdue. We can't get an answer to that question in the meanwhile. Can our students, or is that yet another reason for delay? If we can't yet offer what other states are offering to their English language students, is that yet another reason why we should take the time to get this right?
Thank you for your question, Ms. Holton. I want to reiterate that was part of the budget request. That does cost an additional amount to run those assessments in different languages. The RFI report is currently with the Attorney General. When we get the green light, we will submit that.
It sure seems like we got a lot of reasons to delay. And that reminds me, I never got an
Ms.
answer.
Holton.
I'm sorry, to my first question of, we know that school board leaders representing a third of the student body in Virginia have asked that we take more time to get this right. Have you heard from other school division leaders, superintendents, or school board members as part of your feedback suggesting that we need more time?
I will say I heard that early on before all the data and the trainings had gone out. I don't hear that as much now. I think they've seen it and they recognize that it's here. It's not an area we've heard a lot of the last several weeks, or that we're really focused on. We've been more intentional on, this is the task we have to do, and this is what we want to help you to understand. So I personally have not heard that a lot over the last several weeks, whereas I did hear it before all this information was put out.
If I may just suggest that everybody do take time to read that letter from the school board leaders, because it's not just, it's not just, we don't want to, it's not at all, we don't want accountability. It's, we want good, effective accountability, and we want to be able to take steps like give professional development to our teachers, which we do before the school year starts mostly, to help them adjust to this new system. We want to be able to work to have more algebra teachers. We want to make accommodations so as to adjust to the new system. They're not asking for delay for delay's sake.
Ms. Holton, if you did not receive the other school board members from around the Commonwealth's email, I'd be happy to share them with you. Most of them described our work as very intentional and very important for this time, that while they understand the request for some of these other school board members across the Commonwealth, mainly in Northern Virginia, I think only in Northern Virginia that have made that request. Those reasons they feel are even more important now because our kids can't wait. We, just like Mr. Rotherham said, we have to do what we have to do to get our students prepared for life beyond the walls of our schools.
I hope and trust
Ms.
the other
Holton?
comments. I hope and trust the other comments will be uploaded. What I've looked at is what's on our public comment website. And I have not seen those on our public comment website. So hopefully they will be uploaded there.
I believe we as board members,
Dr. Weiss?
yeah, we as board members have received several
Comments.
emails from school board members, applauding the new framework and saying that they don't agree with the school divisions asking for more time, and that they know that it's going to be tough work, but they're ready to do it.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson.
Thank you as well. I just am very grateful for the work, and I know the board has been pushing this, but just grateful for the work around the Commonwealth that, and all the listening and adapting that you've made. And I would like just to, in terms of casting motives, I think some of the terminology that's been used that the last couple of months that the system has been gamed, that's questioning people's motives or work, frankly. And I just am very appreciative of the trusted work that's gone into this, and again, the listening that's gone into it. And also, I just, in terms of delay, and I think Dr. Bryce just hit it, though, that we have tens of thousands of reasons to move forward, and those are our children, the ones that Mr. Rotherham talked about earlier, the ones that already were not proficient in math or reading, and again, have declined significantly. And just again, a generation of our students are at risk here. And so I think that we owe it to those tens of thousands of students that need to get to the proficient levels in reading and math. And frankly, the hundreds of schools up here, I don't, no matter what some of the differences, might be in perspective, we can't wait another year, and we're going to lose another cohort and tens of thousands of more students. So I just really, again, appreciate the terrific work that's gone into this and look forward to moving forward. And again, if we wait for perfection, we can be here 20 years from now talking about this, and we need to move ahead. And I think as the baby example that we've had, we've got to, learn to, walk and run. And this is just an incredible start, and we've got to get this pushed forward. And our system has to change for the benefit of our students and our families, and frankly, for our schools, which are, pillars in the community. And so I really look forward to moving this process ahead.
Mr. Rotherham?
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I want to just respond to one thing. I want to correct the record on one thing. I said a small part, and I did not mean that this was a small amount of work. It was a huge amount of work. What I meant was it is a small part of what is going to be a very substantial culture change, systems change. It is not something that's going to happen with one board, one governor, one legislative session. If we go down this route, it's a long-term process. That's what I meant. Which brings me back to Ms. Holton. I will say, I do believe we have in the state a culture of adult politics driving a lot of our education decisions. That hardly makes us unique. You can ask any political scientist worth his or her salt. That's what you get in most states. That's education politics. And it's not about motives. It's just about, we spend a lot of time talking about, well, if we label schools, what's this going to do? What are people, all kinds of adult, and that's not, by the way, a Democrat thing, a Republican thing. It's just a thing that happens in education. Because as you'll note, there's no little people here. I'm not even sure there's anybody representing little people here because we don't have groups like that here in the Commonwealth. So it's just a thing. And so it falls to us to say, where do we need to keep our eye? What's the North Star and so forth? And it doesn't make people, it's not about good people, bad people, anything else. It's just the way the system works. And if we want to be serious about student outcomes, we have to find ways to augur against that good data and transparency. And I will note, if for examples of that, when we were doing a combined rate that led to these weird outcomes where schools would have half of kids passing, yet it would appear that almost all the kids were passing, they were fully accredited. No one was coming and saying, oh, this isn't transparent. This is creating problems. Nobody was here when we were, we had to go back and say, like, what has happened with cut scores and so forth. Nobody was saying, oh, that's not transparent. Let's not do that. Like, it's just the way the system works. And it falls to this board right now to say, are we going to sort of continue that? Or are we going to start to try to build this broader culture and really pay attention to outcomes? So I'd be careful about how we frame it. I don't think anybody has bad motives, but it's just a thing of how the system works. It's a thing of how any large system works. And our job is to regulate a large system. And this is a small but really important step in that direction. All this work comprehensively is a very big thing.
Okay. Ms. McPherson.
I think it would be important if we just issue a letter to them asking that they come in for intensive training. It doesn't matter to me what you set up a workshop for instance, that the principals or the superintendents that wrote the letter. But I think the rubber meets the road. So we're going to be asking them to do their part as well. And I know that you're doing a lot of it by outreach, but where there is a complaint, I think we address it straight on and we say, then you need to come in and we need to have an intensive session with your school division and make sure that you understand where the board is or where the policy is and you understand all of the inner workings. And then at least we would have done our part as it relates to those types of concerns.
Dr. Coons.
Dr. Myers, I think you have met with several Northern Virginia. I think you spent several hours with Prince William and a few other school divisions in Northern Virginia. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, we've had multiple engagements with folks in Northern Virginia. I can think of 2 or 3 superintendents off the top of my head that I've had long, extensive conversations with. I don't get a sense from them it's a lack of understanding of what's in the system. I just there are some out there, but not the folks that we were just speaking of. That's just been my impression, but that's just me, right? There may be a lot of misunderstanding that I'm not aware of, but.
Madam President.
Mr. Rotherham and then Ms. Holton.
I just have a question. Are we planning to do, I mean, the superintendents, I think that's great. And we should obviously provide, and you all are doing great work and are generally, very responsive. What are we doing on the media though? Are we going to do any kind of like a media? I know there was a media briefing attached to release. Anything else to make sure they understand what is going on and what is not going on and all of that? Because that's another audience. That's a way. I mean, we're going to hear later today about sort of how parents receive information. But one way is obviously the media making sure that they're getting their questions answered. And so we're getting stories that are as accurate as possible.
That's good feedback. Thank you.
just to, again, if you take a chance to read the letter from the Region 4 divisions, it's not, the framework that you've rolled out now is helpful. These resources are helpful, but one of their points is it would have really been helpful to have all that before the school year started, so they could have trained people on it, so they could have taken steps to adjust their professional development, so they could have taken steps to adjust their curriculum, for instance, English language learners, math, et cetera, so that they could have taken steps to try to convince their local divisions, local authorities to provide more supports. I mean, some of these things cost money to do better by some of our students. We need to do extended school year, for instance, which costs money. And they also are asking for more time for the state to come in with its share of supports. And I think the governor recognizes and said when he had rolled all this out that he recognized there's going to be a need for more investment in some of these divisions, but that money won't come until a year late. So the point of the waiting is not just delay for the sake of delay, but rather let's put the supports in so that the supports coincide and so that we have the modeling data and that so that we're vetting it. You know, in addition to all the changes we're making here, we're making changes to our testing system, and we're behind the schedule for work we should be doing on that, as we have discussed amongst ourselves, but I'm not sure has publicly been shared yet. We're not going to set new pass rates because we don't have time to get it done in time, essentially, for this year's test administration. So we're going to use the old pass rates, even though have new standards and new testing elements based on the new standards. So there's all kinds of things we're behind on because we've taken on too much. All of these changes should have been implemented, but well before the school year started, so that school divisions could have a year to prepare for them.
Ms. Ashton?
Madam President, I just want to have clarity on where we are on the discussion. I think board members have had a chance to ask staff, provide comment, and just would like to check where we are on the
Yeah.
agenda.
I don't think that we need to continue to rehash old things for the purpose of, having a microphone. So at this time, we're going to move to the next item, but I'd like to take a quick 5-minute break, please. Thank you.
So really excited to bring the board an item for discussion. This is not an item for voting. As everyone knows, House Bill 1477 asked the board to work on seat time flexibility. So we've had a lot of input and a lot of opportunity from the field to start thinking about where seat time flex was prior to that legislation and feedback on that space. Dr. Armstrong is going to bring to you today what we're hearing, some key decision points and thought partnership that we need your help with the board.
Thank you, Dr. Coons. Madam President and board members, I would like to, as mentioned, guide our conversation with this a very early draft of the agency's work to implement the provision of seat time flexibility to Virginia schools per now enacted HB 1477. Today's conversation will inform our plans to provide the board with an item for first review in February. Again, this is an early draft, and your feedback and discussion will be critical to our next steps. As a reminder, HB 1477 outlines seat time flexibility for options to allow students with time during the school day to complete work-based learning opportunities, advanced learning opportunities focused on the 5 Cs, competency-based learning opportunities, alternative programs such as dual enrollment courses, other instructional time models focused on project-based learning, mastery-based learning, and/or weekend and evening courses, and full-year innovative advanced and enrichment programs. Again, this is, I'll say it again, an early draft for your feedback and consideration and preparation for anticipated first review in February, and we want to first provide you all with a draft definition. Defining seat time flexibility will be essential to thoughtful implementation and framing for schools. A definition for discussion is provided on this slide, and I will read it to you. It states that seat time flexibility empowers Virginia school divisions to provide all students with personalized and mastery-based learning opportunities based on their individual needs. These models prioritize student outcomes and mastery of academic content over fixed instructional hours, allowing students to advance at their own pace, participate in innovative learning experiences, and access tailored support while maintaining alignment with Virginia's SOLs for K-12. This definition would recognize 4 primary models of seat time flexibility. Those include alternative hours, mastery-based learning, project-based learning, and remote learning. These are designed to meet the diverse needs of students and uphold best instructional practices, especially for students with disabilities and English learners, while ensuring transparent, regular assessment of progress toward SOLs. The draft notice form, which you'll find attached in your agenda, has been designed responsive to feedback on the existing waiver processes. That feedback has highlighted clarity and simplicity of the application process, potential for replication, support and sustainability of innovative models, management of public comment and oversight at the local school board level for flexibility in the scale of the opt-in, individuals, which would include individual schools or clusters of schools or even whole divisions, and a desire to allow flexibility of iteration without restrictions. The board has been provided with the notice form for review, so we can take a moment to review that and dig in a bit. The notice form includes 3 sections: a demographics section, a brief narrative on the model, and an achievement focus, which will require school leaders to explain how student achievement will occur in lieu of the 140 clock hour requirement. As we continue to implement seat time flexibility and work with the board and schools to provide support, best practice and guidelines will be developed and included to support schools. Several states that currently serve as national leaders in seat time flexibility, including Arizona, Utah, and North Dakota, have been studied to inform our work and will continue to be visited as efforts continue. Our membership in the Launch Innovation Cohort includes opportunities as well to thought partner with several states in this space, as seat time flexibility will be an important tool for us to strengthen sustainable career pathways through work-based learning, early post-secondary credits, earning of credentials, and our 3E outcomes. As mentioned previously, we propose to recognize 4 primary models of seat time flexibility, including alternative hours, mastery-based learning, project-based learning, and remote learning. And I'll get into those models now and provide a few examples under each of those if there aren't any questions so far. All right.
Questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Holton.
Just so I understand, the concept is that this is going to be local option, essentially. Either divisions and or a school or a group of schools will apply.
That is correct.
And is that contemplated in the statute that it would be that kind of local option?
Yes, ma'am. And there was nothing restricting us from making it so in the statute. The idea is to make this less bureaucratically cumbersome, rather than the existing waiver process.
So the one question I would have, and maybe you'll get to this later, so tell me if
Sure.
I should wait, but if we're doing something that's essentially, some divisions are going to step up and essentially pilot this, I think that's a great way to learn. And great way to innovate is to pilot in some divisions, the volunteers first. But are we going to build in the thing we often fail here in Virginia and across the country to do, is to build in some study to determine outcomes, so that if if the innovations are successful, that we can spread and make sure students all across the Commonwealth get access to those options. So are we building in the study component?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
short
You'll
version of the
see
question.
there is a slide a ways down in the presentation that outlines some of what our goals will be around data collection.
So Dr. Armstrong, I want to yield to Dr. Coons in a minute, but we are not restricting this to just a pilot. We had a number of school divisions that have already implemented similar types of programs, alternative programs, that actually came to the table and said, this is something that we want to help move out into the greater Commonwealth by way of this statute.
Great.
And so,
So,
it's been super successful for them at their large divisions and small divisions. I actually met with several of those school divisions and had long conversations about exactly, what this looks like for them, how successful it has been, and talked to a wide array of people in their central office staff and in their building staff, that explain just how critical this is to some of their students that need the opportunities that are available by way of this particular opportunity here that we're talking about today.
So, and I'm sorry, just, I used the word pilot wrongly, so thank you for helping clarify that. The distinction I was looking for is local option versus statewide requirements. And we may someday want to require that all our divisions offer these options. But one way to get there is to study them and show how productive they are.
And I will say one of the, main things that we did learn from our division partners that we had conversations with was around how we articulate the use of a waiver or alternative option. And because they said that sometimes their school boards or parents may think that they're getting out of some kind of requirement when that's in fact not the case at all. So those were some conversations that I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew we had, at different times from, which has been the iterative process of getting to where we are with this particular presentation. Dr. Coons.
I think in addition, and I believe I sent this out to the board, but I can do it again. We did, during the pandemic, do a personalized learning study called Bridging the Gap in a partnership with William and Mary, and did study and find results. So happy to share that with the board. So we do have a pilot that occurred post-pandemic with Bridging the Gap and personalized learning, but I'm happy to share that with the board. And this really grows out of that work as well.
Oh, no
Ron,
worries.
please continue.
Sure. And I will add, in the not so distant past, having been a principal in a fairly high needs school, if you had given me the opportunity to implement this flexibility in my school, and again, you don't know what you don't know, and not having an opportunity, and the things that in retrospect that I could have done that would have made a difference for kids would have been pretty powerful. So I'm very excited about this, and I'm going to throw a lot of examples at you, but again, interrupt at any time so we can dig in further on these. Alternative hours. That gives flexibility in timing and scheduling of instruction, which includes non-traditional times. That could be evenings, weekends, extended periods beyond the traditional academic or assessment calendar. This could also include scheduling courses for completion in fewer than the traditional hours, provided students demonstrate their SOL competency mastery. Included are two examples for alternative hours. If middle and high school schedules are different, for example, in a school division, which is a common occurrence, and middle school students are taking a high school credit earth science course at the middle school, rather than focus on the consistency in the number of seat time hours between middle and high school coursework, mastery can be determined for both middle and high school through earning of credits on a common assessment. For CTE, in a different example, if a student is completing a paid internship for a bulk of the morning that limits their course taking during normal school hours, seat time flexibility could expand hours beyond the normal school time. I do know that, for example, for pharmacy tech, there's over 200 required clinical hours to achieve that credential. So, this ties into our work around 3E, making sure the students are on sustainable pathways. So this does not exist in isolation. It's part of our larger portfolio around pathways right now. So those are alternative hours. I'll move to mastery-based learning. This allows students to progress at their own pace and prioritizes learning paths, rigorous standards, and frequent assessments to ensure deep mastery of content, not with the limits of clock hour requirements. In high school, an example would include providing an advanced mathematics AP course, which could set students up for success when they get to the AP Calculus B and C content. Students could demonstrate mastery through formative and diagnostic assessments to demonstrate mastery prior to getting into that AP course, which will, again, set them up potentially for greater success when they are sitting for the AP exam. Flexible learning settings can include remote opportunities, which was mentioned initially, work-based learning and apprenticeships, partnered with coursework in an alternative setting, as well as school within a school learning can provide students in small groups with innovative and personalized learning environments that do not necessarily have to be within the walls of a traditional school building. These models prioritize smaller learning communities and give teachers the opportunity to utilize innovative practice. A few other examples include what you would find in several divisions, including in Louisa County, where Teachers for Tomorrow's students would spend their days on site at a child care center, involved in work-based learning in the morning and managing the child care center, and then could take their traditional courses that are required on the same site without the burden of transportation back and forth between facilities. School within a school models could be house plans, which you see in a lot of schools nowadays, that create smaller experiences for students, whether those are at-risk students, trade clusters, gifted or career academies, or even fine arts partnerships with local businesses. This can, again, instead of having to make choices as a student or a school to give one opportunity and sacrifice another, this will allow us to really combine those models and give students everything they need. Divisions can also develop partnerships with local businesses and organizations to apply instruction to coordinated workplace experiences aligned to individual goals, giving choice on how to gain credits and satisfy high-quality work-based learning, which includes internships or apprenticeships. And project-based learning would engage students in hands-on inquiry-driven projects to address real-world problems. This emphasizes critical thinking, collaboration, creativity, product development, and/or presentations to demonstrate competency mastery across many subject areas. Some examples of project-based learning could include students choosing a social issue that affects their local community. They can gather data, analyze related challenges and potential solutions, and then master computer science and English language arts SOLs in the process. Year-round learning could include summer school, additional learning weeks, or high-dosage tutoring without the pressure of the regular assessment timeline. Rather than starting over from the beginning for a student, students can be provided with additional time to demonstrate mastery and ideally get back on track with their classmates rather than being held back and having to start the course over again in August or September.
As Dr. Armstrong just kind of talked through some of those examples, some of those models, one of the things that we need to think about as a board, and one of the things we want to bring to the board, was the attachment with this, which was the notice form, and thinking about how we, as Member Holton mentioned, help school divisions think about these things, help them think about whether or not they want to do these things. So if we could take a minute and pull up the notice form and kind of dig into the notice form and get some feedback now that Dr. Armstrong's talked about all the different things, whether it's a year-long model where students get 3 to 5 additional weeks before they would have to take their SOLs to have a summer program and study, or it's having a school within a school and them having a fine arts project, or as Dr. Armstrong mentioned, the Louisa County model where students are on site taking their courses in a workforce setting. All of those are just simple examples of all the different ways. And I know we have a lot of expertise on this board, whether it's Mache STEM School or some of the work that Debbie Kilgore did in Scott County. There are a lot of different expertise on the board. We really want to lean into your knowledge. And I know, Ms. McPherson, you've done a lot of work with workforce. We'd love your thoughts and engagement on helping us look at this form. One of the things that we did hear around the past waiver form, as President Creasy said was that the form was hard and that it was cumbersome and it pulled people away from that. So some of the things we heard on this form is making sure the application is clear and simple. And as an application, more of a notice than a waiver process. Allow for replication. So if you want to do a model, multiple schools, you can click on multiple schools or a cluster of schools. You don't have to keep repeating information in that notice. And that, as Ms. Holton said, how do we support the sustainability? How do we learn from it? How do we study? How do we collect the data? How do we make public comment and oversight through the local school board the regulatory flexibility than asking teachers or principals to manage all of the processes that go with that? And then how do we allow for individual schools and then clusters of schools to join? And then we want to make sure this is able to be an iterative process and that our schools are able to learn. So if we could pull up that notice and talk a little bit through that notice, that would be really helpful.
I apologize. It's not
Uh,
embedded
it
in the
is-
presentation, but.
No,
I
it
think
is,
board members have it.
the attachment, so it's not the presentation, it's attachment 1 under B. So,
Thank you.
Ms.
I-
Ashton.
I was looking at it. Two quick questions. One, I appreciated the attendance requirement because that was one thing. It's like, how are you going to track it? Are kids just going to be sitting home, or do they do their work? So if we could talk a little bit about that, and then I think one thing I'm wondering about, is this an individual child, a school decides an individual child needs a program, or is it, hey, we have a group of kids who we want to put in workforce, and so we are kind of creating an alternative path for a group of kids? How should we think about it?
That's why we're here, is to talk through this. So Dr. Kranz.
Yeah, I think you could do either, right? You could do this for a cluster of students. You could do this for a student. You could do this for a cluster of schools. So if we look at the Hampton City schools and the academy model and some of the work they've done around clustering schools to do things differently, I think the innovation field is open and we need our schools to innovate and we need to learn from that. But at the same time, we want to collect their attendance. So their attendance might look different. So if I'm having alternative school hours and I go from 11 to 4, I still need to be there during my alternative school hours that are designed in my plan. I might not be physically in a seat in room 104C, but I need to be able to demonstrate that I've attended and done the work that was outlined in my plan.
One last thing. The only thing I do wonder is just about the parental. I don't know if I saw anything related to either parental sign off or partnership or something that just ensures that parents know what's going on, so they're not kind of surprised, like, well, why did I get that diploma and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think it's in there, but it's a good point that it's buried and not clear and elevated. So we need to, I think it's in the assurances just as a checklist, but bringing that up to the forefront might be really important.
Or on a more practical level, where is my kid like now? Are they at the childcare center or are they
Right.
at the school? That's a valuable point.
I do think that one of the some feedback that I heard about this is just that as far as the positive goes, is that, you know, sometimes in the apprenticeship category, you know, kids need they need to be there during those business hours when you know, we have plenty of people within the community that are willing to help support apprenticeships, but they can't leave their job to go and sit in a classroom and directly instruct students when they can instruct them in real life situations that are going on in their businesses. And so this really gives that opportunity both to get that hands-on work experience while at the same time completing the required coursework.
Yeah, let me just add, I'm really, really excited about this. I currently have seniors at our first class of seniors right now in my school, and all of them want to work. But because they have seat hour requirements that they have to be in school and we're tracking attendance, we're not able to be as innovative in terms of they could have a workplace experience where they're getting paid, but also learning and getting credit for it. And so I think that this flexibility, without going too far, trying some things, I think it's going to allow for industry and partners to come to the table because, I mean, I know now high school kids, they want to work and they want to have meaningful jobs. And if schools can partner with, certain organizations, I think the sky's the limit. So I'm just really, really excited by this and what it could mean for partnership and for kids who aren't just like learning differently, but kids who are advanced. So we've got kids in dual enrollment who are like really should be off to college already, but they're not quite ready. So now they can continue to advance, but also have this work-based experience. I heard some stat that said, by the time they get to college, they're going to change their career or their major 6 times. Well, they could change it 6 times in high school and then actually go into college really knowing what they want to do, which I think could be great.
Well,
Dr. Coons.
and Ms. Ashton, that is definitely something we've heard as we've been talking about the 3E readiness framework is we want this flexibility. How do we get this flexibility? We have seat time hours. How do I make algebra fit into algebra so that we can have those great apprenticeships and internships? So that was something we've also heard a lot from our advanced students in middle school. How do I fit this advanced coursework in? How do I accelerate based on mastery? Or in elementary school, I've got a group of kiddos who want this fine arts experience. How do I create a micro school or a school within a school? So we're really excited as well because this is really iterative to what we're hearing in the field and from our families.
Madam President, I love
Ms.
because
Kilgore?
it's thinking outside the box. And for so long, we've stayed inside the box. And as a former CTE teacher, as she alluded to, I taught career exploration, taught all the career courses. And for a long time, we had it set up not just for seniors, but we had it for younger students to do job shadowing experiences for half a day. Took a lot of coordination. A lot of businesses, as you said, wanted kids to, find out, because if they find these things out before they're seniors and they do job shadowing, maybe they thought this was the career they wanted, but then they spend some time doing that. It may change their mind and a whole different path, to what they want to do. But then we would get to where, if the pendulums would swing and then all of a sudden we couldn't let them miss school, miss seat time to go do the job shadowing. So this is not just about, it is about career exploration, but it's also, it doesn't have to wait till they're seniors to start. And I'm happy to see, having been on both sides, I'm happy to see that we're thinking outside the box. Again, what's best for students? And I had so many seniors, as Michelle pointed out, who were ready to go. But our guidelines said, nope, you've got to be in the classroom all day long. You can't leave. So I know there's a lot of school systems doing some innovative things. I would like to hear from some of those, and maybe that's part of your office plan to, because we learn from each other.
Right.
And I had a college professor who I've quoted many times who said, don't recreate the wheel. And there's so many things going on in the nation and in the state that other school systems maybe haven't thought of or haven't seen it implemented in the way it's implemented, and it would be excited to see, another school system. So I think it's great and I'm excited about it.
Thank you.
Dr. Northern?
So nobody's more excited than me. But let me point out what happens sometimes. Okay. And I'd like to just pair this with a request that, to Ms. Kilgore's point, that we talk to some other states, perhaps at our next meeting. There's an organization called Knowledge Works that's working with North Dakota and Florida and Utah and Arizona and all these states that are doing this work. And for all these reasons, other states get really excited about it. The kids need more time to do CTE, the graduation requirements get in the way, so on and so forth. But I just jotted down what I see as 4 challenges. One, sometimes you don't have high quality instruction and it gets watered down. And the high school graduation diploma means even less than it sometimes means. So we've got to make sure we've got a plan for high quality instruction. 2, evidence of learning. Sometimes these kids are trying to demonstrate skills and the testing hasn't caught up with the mastery. So we actually have no way to assess whether they've learned yet. So, sometimes you've got to have discrete tests that are sort of assess a set of skills, and that test doesn't exist yet. 3rd is sometimes public colleges and universities get real confused about what to do with this. Like, do they actually accept these hours or do they not? And what kind of guidance do we give our public universities and colleges about these types of credits? And then there's always the equity and access question that some of these, you do see some districts and kids get less opportunity for these flex learning opportunities. So these are all the challenges that other states have, worked with. And so I personally wouldn't, I feel desperately that we need to hear from Knowledge Works or any of these states that have been doing this 5-10 years about how they have tackled these challenges and more.
Dr. Coons? Yeah, we've worked very closely with North Dakota, Utah, and North Dakota is the one who worked very closely with Knowledge Works and Arizona. We can put something together.
I just have a practical question. On the form, it shows like, school cluster as cluster of schools.
Right.
Can that cross division boundaries? So could there be schools like City of Charlottesville is surrounded by Albemarle County. So Albemarle County students could be crossing through the City of Charlottesville to get to their work opportunity that, City of Charlottesville students didn't have access to. Like you were talking about, equity of opportunity or access.
We would have to have both local school board
Right.
partner together to be able to do that. So they would have to fill out applications and
Separately.
then
Okay.
design a program together, but it's just definitely something we can model.
But we see those existing partnerships in regional CT centers and other programs. So I think that's something we could definitely pursue.
Comments? Ms. McPherson?
In terms of designing the plan, is it flexible enough that students that excel well on the mastery-based learning, so let's just say I max out all my AP exams ahead of time, even before maybe they're given, if I'm really, really smart, does that mean that I just get to go home, or can I modify my plan so that I can go and do the internship? Does it allow some flexibility as you're advancing? Because obviously I would tell you I finished my exam and ready to go home, let me go. But anyway.
No.
That's one of the challenges we're trying to solve right now. Yes.
Ms. Holton?
My questions relate to next steps, so I don't know if Dr. Armstrong, if he's going to go back to his slides on next steps, that would help me.
Certainly. And I did bring up the slide that responsive to your question earlier, Ms. Holton, about our data use, and what we want to do moving forward is to take the data that we gain and collect through this experience to determine where students are demonstrating increases and growth in mastery, determine if this is affecting our teacher retention. I think that's a very interesting question to ponder, is what would this do for teacher professionalism and their autonomy as well. Evaluate whether seat time flex increase theory readiness outcomes, and then take that and use it to create spotlights and models for other schools, and use the data to support scale and spread of these models. And for the board, we will hope to have a formal first review of a formal definition of the notice form, as well as a best practices guidelines and data collection process for you all in February.
Dr. Northern?
Yeah, just one more comment. I think the part of the definition that makes me most nervous is this project-based learning one. That's a phrase we've used a long time in education, and it gets kind of bandied about. And I think we definitely need to put some parameters around what it means to have a project-based learning assignment. Because kids do that all the time. You do a project and, so anyway, I'm just concerned about that. The mastery-based, if we can get the assessments in place, the remote learning, I think we've got, a pretty good idea of how that can be measured. Alternative hours, we even have some mechanism to track that, and I can see the accountability there a little bit. But I think the project-based learning, at least in my mind, is the trickiest one to have an accountability measure in place, but I could be wrong about that.
Ms. Holton?
As to that point, Virginia's been doing a lot of work over a number of years about project-based learning and assessment thereof. Am I right? Can you update us on that?
I can't personally, or right off the top, but we'd be happy to provide that to you at our next meeting.
That might help address Dr. Northern's question when we come back to this. And then my next question is as to the process. Well, can you tell us what you've done already to engage stakeholders on this, and what more is going to happen between now and February?
Sure. I know, and Dr. Coons, please add in where I'm missing any pieces here. It was June, I believe, when we held listening sessions with VASSP and VAESP. We had a joint session where we
June and August.
where we engaged them and provided them with legislation, got their feedback about what could this do for your division, what are the challenges you foresee, how could this benefit your schools. We did it in breakout rooms, in these smaller breakout rooms and focus groups, got a lot of great feedback from that. We anticipate doing the same, but expanding. I was thinking about our workforce feedback group, which includes some of our post-secondary representatives that was mentioned as well, some of our workforce partners. We've been working with them on career exploration, ACP, work-based learning. I think this would dovetail nicely with that as well. So we'll continue to engage other stakeholders moving forward.
We got a lot of input, so we wanted to get input and ideas from some of our school leaders and our division leaders. We've met with superintendents to get a sense of what they wanted to see. That's some of the challenges you saw on the deck. Our goal now is that we have directionality from the board, some things you want to see, but we want to like hit the field really well now because there's no vote tomorrow. It's
Right.
about taking this feedback now and getting extensive public feedback from that.
Great. May I,
Ms. Holton?
on that topic, am I right that what you're going to bring to, well, in February, you're going to ask us, is it going to be first and final review in February? Is that the idea? Is that the expectation?
And my understanding is it's first review, but I'm going to defer to Dr. Coons on that.
Well, that may
definition.
help answer my next question, which is, so I'll go ahead if you don't mind, Dr. Coons, that I see that you're going to ask formal approval of best practice as guidelines. So I'm right that there's a guidelines document that the legislation mandates, and we haven't yet seen a draft of that, right?
Right, yeah, and I don't know if it's been mandated by the legislation, but we intend to provide that to school divisions. So a best
So,
practice
Yeah,
document.
not big guidelines, but guidance.
Well, I'm just looking at the statute, and it actually requires that I thought it required that we by December 1st update our guidelines for graduation requirements essentially on this topic. And also that we submit a report to the chair of the committees by November 1st. So I think we're already a little behind on the guidelines adoption. And I would just like to suggest that we get those documents out quickly so that the field can give us feedback in the event that you might be asking us to do final approval in February, since we're essentially already behind on it. But we ought to have not just this information you've given us today, which is very helpful, but we ought to have the actual guideline documents more than 5 days ahead of our February meeting so that you can get feedback from the field. They're going to understand the details of this much better than we will, and we'll want to be able to hear from them.
Dr. Coons?
Yeah, thank you so much, Member Hilton. The seat time report was a progress report that was submitted. We'd be happy to take your advice and get guidelines to you early.
So the report that was submitted by due by November 1st went in?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. If we could get a copy of that, I think it would help us too. But that the guideline update that was required by December 1st has not been done. Is that required? Is that accurate?
I'd have to go back and check the legislation.
That the Board of Ed shall by December 1st, 2024, update its guidelines for graduation requirements as to local alternative pathways to standard units of credit, alternatives to 140 clock hour, et cetera. So
I think we'll have to go back and check because we did some guideline updating and that might have been part of it, Ms. Holton.
the rest of it in quite detailed specificity sure seems to be talking about what we're doing here. So all I'm saying is let's get it done, but let's get it done in a methodical fashion such that we all see a draft, we and the public and the stakeholders see a draft more than 5 days ahead of our February meeting so that we can, if you're going to ask us for first and final review. And if you're not going to ask us for first and final, then there's a chance between first and final.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. And I think if there's no other questions, we will move to item C.
Okay, I'm still here. Yes. Great. All right. Madam President and board members, I'm excited to provide you all with our high-quality work-based learning definitions and experiences for your first review and discussion today. As you know, our work to strengthen our high-quality work-based learning model in the Commonwealth is not an isolated or new effort, just like the seat time flexibility we just discussed. Tomorrow, you'll be provided with the revised definition of career exploration and academic and career plan guidelines for your approval. following my presentation in September. The career exploration definition, ACP guidelines, and today's HQWBL definitions are all intended to support Virginia's schools and students in their pursuit of sustainable career pathways and 3E readiness outcomes. We have engaged several key stakeholder groups across the Commonwealth, as well as national experts, to inform all of our 3E work, to give school divisions meaningful, concrete, and practical support to guide students beginning in elementary school to identify their personal interests, understand the meaning of work, connect their interests to course taken and post-secondary preparation, and engage in meaningful work-based learning experiences to galvanize their pathway in order to graduate employed, enlisted, or enrolled. In addition, as you all know, we are participating in the launch innovation impact cohort, with other states who we are thought partnering with. And one of the pillars of our framework is developing a system of high quality work-based learning, along with transitions and post-secondary credits and high wage, high demand credentials. The board has had several conversations about work-based learning, and we're again eager to start the discussion today with you all and continue to take this out into the field. As I mentioned earlier, we have our workforce feedback group, which has already met on several occasions and includes representatives from the workforce, local and state businesses and chambers, our post-secondary systems as well. And they have, even in October, we discussed some of the baseline thoughts around work-based learning with them and where they thought we needed to move forward. We have also provided that group with rubrics from other states who have already demonstrated success in this space. That includes Indiana, Ohio, and Tennessee. So this discussion is ongoing, and I'm excited to just get into this in more detail and get your feedback today from the board. Today, we'll briefly talk through the current high-quality work-based learning definition and how that relates to our graduation requirements, which you'll see is going to be a distinct conversation between our graduation requirement, work-based learning, and then our 3E high-quality work-based learning. We'll get into that in a moment. We'll talk about the justification for this new and unique definition for high-quality 3E readiness work-based learning, which we are using the acronym HQ3EWBL, and then get into what that means in terms of the definition and the types of experiences that we feel will qualify as HQ3EWBL. And we'll end with some initial thoughts about how we'll evaluate those experiences for their inclusion on behalf of our students moving forward. The board has a responsibility per code to define high-quality work-based learning for the purposes, of graduation requirements. The current definition used for this purpose is that high-quality work-based learning are school-coordinated workplace experiences related to students' career goals and or interests, integrated with instruction related to the core technical competencies of the CTE course, and performed in partnership with local businesses. The VDOE currently identifies 12 CTE experiences as high-quality work-based learning. You can see these here. We have a good number of students, over 32,000 students, who take advantage of all of these different types of opportunities. We are not proposing a change to this definition or to the way we provide work-based learning credits for graduation requirements, but we are proposing that we add a new definition of high-quality work-based learning that will allow us to incentivize the options that provide the very best career experiences in support of our 3E framework for employment, enlistment, and enrollment. Essentially a different tier of HQWBL that will integrate into our model. Why is this important? We know that, for example, I referenced our launch team identified areas of opportunity that can enhance the quality of our work-based learning. One is to work to ensure more consistent quality and rigor for students engaged in work-based learning across the state. I know anecdotally, as I work with leaders from across the field in both CTE and in school divisions, that there are some divisions where they have created fairly robust work-based learning programs where students are having meaningful on-site apprenticeships, internships that we know, from the research and the data that is more likely to lead to sustainable career pathways. And then there are other divisions that students are, it's exclusively maybe a service learning model or job shadowing, or it's just a mix of all. So we want to work to incentivize the highest quality experiences that are going to best support that transition to enrollment, enlistment, or employment. Another area of need is access to the high quality experiences. And we know that by tying a new definition and set of criteria for work-based learning to the 3E readiness framework, That should incent increased access through the creation of new opportunities for students that are aligned with rigorous expectations. Another challenge is recruiting businesses to participate. By defining the characteristics of high-quality 3E readiness work-based learning, the department will be able to communicate clearly the expectations for business owners, as well as the potential return on investment for participation in work-based learning program. Increased quality and experience for students improves their skill sets, which creates a stronger employee pipeline for industries across the Commonwealth. Our goals in creating and connecting this new definition set of criteria to the 3E readiness framework are to make sure that our students have consistently high quality work-based learning experiences that allows them to seamlessly transition to post-secondary workforce and military service following graduation and align with our 3E readiness framework, which reflects and incentivizes work-based learning experiences that support those transitions. Schools will be able to establish and maintain strong business partner school relationships that provide students with high quality work-based learning opportunities, and businesses, again, will see a return on their investment as WBL opportunities enhance the talent pipeline for them and support a thriving business community. But one thing that's not on here, it's a little less tangible, is that this really helps develop our relationships among our schools, our businesses, and our workforce. And in the field, when I've been out and talking with stakeholders about this, a lot of times it's just lack of knowledge. Businesses say, you know, I want to do this for our schools, and I'm not sure who to talk to. And the schools say, I'm not sure how to access our businesses. And we know that different parts of the state have different key workforce demand businesses in their regions. So we know that this can help to galvanize those efforts across the state. Our proposed new definition for high quality 3E work-based learning is before you on this slide. We would like to consider this to be an experience that is school coordinated within an industry or business partnership, where sustained employment in a real world setting culminates coursework learning and accelerates a student's career goals, supporting a seamless transition to employment, enlistment, and enrollment by providing students with sustained work over an extended period of time in high wage and in-demand industries aligned with students' career plans as articulated in the academic career plan, resulting in a nationally certified certificate of completion, earning of an industry recognized credential and or post-secondary credit attainment, and including mentoring and supervision by industry professionals that intentionally support students in building social capital with value in the labor market and aids them in developing the skills and knowledge they need to successfully navigate the world of work. I did want to read that verbatim just to underscore the importance of this and want to get your feedback as well on this definition, as it will drive a lot of our work moving forward. Any comments or questions so far?
Mr. Rotherham?
So like these definitions, I mean, they intuitively make sense, but my understanding is that across, like I just recently gave a presentation and was knew just enough to be dangerous about some other workforce data we're gathering, some other stuff that's happening across the Commonwealth. Is this all aligned with what's happening with what Chev is doing, what we're doing with the Department of Labor? Like are we sure? Sometimes in the past we've created silos because there's been good work happening, but it hasn't been crosswalked. Like, how does this fit into like the broader workforce strategy?
Dr. Coons?
I want to just commend Dr. Armstrong for a minute. As part of our launch team, which is our statewide team where we meet with other states, we are one of the few states that have higher ed sitting on that team. We're also coordinating, the Secretary's office has several work groups where we coordinate regularly. And then Andy, I think you meet weekly with Chev and the community college to really start to align this and align the thinking around this work. Because I think that's really important. Thank you.
In addition to that, Mr. Rotherham, I work now to attend the Virginia Apprenticeship Council meetings with Ms. Overly from Virginia Works, as well as representatives from the Workforce Agency. So the short answer is yes, it will be. And even more importantly, it has to be. I think for our work-based learning program to be meaningful, it has to align with each of the different entities you just mentioned. So we're definitely going to be pursuing that and have already.
That's great. And I should have started by saying this is fantastic work and it's exciting. And like, as I was learning about some of it that's happening elsewhere, it's like the fact that we're starting to have like collect data, focus on outcomes, coordinate the stuff is exciting and will have long-term dividends. So I appreciate it.
Thank you. And what's really exciting is that you're seeing different pieces of this machine we're building here across different presentations. Seat time flexibility. Dr. Coons mentioned the work we're doing with the post-secondary organizations with HB 1087, College Career Ready Virginia dual enrollment. So, along with several and career exploration, ACP. So everything is really syncing up really well right now. I think we have a great window in which to put all this together.
Ms. Holton?
Sorry.
I'm sort of ducking the sun here best I can. On slide 7, the way I read this slide, it says one must meet all 3 of those qualifications. In other words, there's an and rather than an and or after the second one. But the way I read the attachment, it's and or. And I think you mean and or.
We
Am
do
I
mean
right about
and
that?
or, yes, ma'am. And
Because
we'll,
in other words, the middle bullet is already part of our college and career readiness certificate. So you don't mean to say that only if you get a nationally certified credential can you meet the definition, the high quality 3E WBL definition. You can meet it by meeting any of those 3 bullets.
yes, I'm sorry, I'm rereading the bold here, but yeah, that is correct. It doesn't mean that you have to satisfy every single one of those.
You have to
And
meet one of those
But
3.
we're still, again, we're here
Right.
to discuss this and really
Right.
flesh out the
Right.
details and how far we want to go with that. But that is the idea right now.
Thank you. Then my other question as to this slide is, and I do see this throughout both documents, reference to high wage as well as in demand. And I get why we're focusing on in demand careers. I worry about the focus on only high wage. And I'd just like to point out, for instance, that early childhood education and some of our healthcare fields are not high wage fields and yet require some significant training. And we need people desperately, as we hear from Jenna Conway regularly when we're talking about our early childhood care. So,
They are in demand.
so yes,
But it
so
wasn't covered with
no,
this.
they're not covered because unless Dr. Armstrong helps me understand, because
Okay.
these definitions say high wage and high demand. So should that be and or also? So if it was and or, I would be very happy. But as written, if it's high wage and high demand, then I worry about the exclusion of folks learning to be early child, studying, frankly, to be elementary school teachers might not qualify as high demand, high wage. But certainly early childhood workers and a number of our healthcare fields would not qualify as high wage under the WIA. I can't pronounce the
Bowie.
WOE. I keep pronouncing WOE as WIA. But WOE, thank you, criteria, I don't think. So help me understand how we're going to accommodate that.
Dr. Armstrong, why don't you explain the difference between high wage, high demand for the 3E readiness and then high wage, high demand for graduation?
Sure. Dr. Myers, who I think was still here. Well, we worked extensively several months ago as we were developing our 3 indicators with VOE, the Virginia Office for Education Economics. Excuse me. VOE maintains a very robust dashboard of regionally high demand occupations. Using that data, we took that, and it's not verbatim from VOE because, again, this is a list that we developed, and we applied some, again, like a family sustainable wage to some of the metrics that were involved in that. But we have taken our list of credentials that we have right now that the board approves each year and have assigned them high wage, high demand, or high wage or high demand. So either both an and or model across that. Now for the 3 framework, as you know, the nature of or the character of that credential determines the points you earn in the framework. And so as we look at work-based learning, we're proposing essentially 2 definitions. We still maintain that high quality work-based learning definition for graduation requirements. This HQ3 EWBL definition we're proposing here today, is designed to really incent careers and pathways to careers in their region or across the state that are going to be at least one or the other. And I know it was a roundabout way of explaining that, but I think it's a discussion point, and just making sure we're clarifying all those details, and we'll continue to get feedback about that.
So I think I heard you say you want, so I understand there are two different work-based learning definitions. There's one for graduation requirement, and then there is a essentially more rigorous, narrower category for HQ3E WBL. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
But I thought, and is the definition of high wage, high demand different for those two?
No, that would not be different. And honestly, right now, the HQWBL definition as it currently exists doesn't reference high wage, high demand or wage demand in their classifications. That's designed for this definition, which is associated with the 3E framework.
So then I'm coming back, I'm not sure I'm clear on Ms. McPherson's, what we're talking about. Is it high wage and or high demand, or is it must be high wage and high demand jobs to qualify for HQ3E WBL?
And I will submit to the board that, again, this is all for conversation today. So that's something that we can definitely discuss. We haven't made a decision on that. We're going to get feedback about it, but I'd be happy to hear everyone's feedback.
What the way I read the documents is there were some inconsistencies. Some places seem to say and or, but I read them as saying and primarily. And so I would encourage us to think about that and the potential. We do want to incentivize people to go into early childhood education. And if that's what HQ3E WBL is intended to do, is incentivize folks into the careers where we need them to be trained and are in demand, then I would love us to be clear on that.
Okay, I'm going to step back for just like 5 seconds here. I am really overwhelmed by this acronym.
Yes. Oh,
mouthful.
gosh.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's really giving me some anxiety. I really need us to go back to the drawing board on this. There's got to be something better. There's got to be something more succinct. There's got to be something that is, I mean, I'm just going to shut down after HQ. So, I think we've got to rework this whole thing.
That's the easiest fix we got here. We can take care of that.
I do think too, it's a lot of words that can also be quite a bit more succinct for clarity's sake. And for better understanding across these different silos that we're talking about here. And it has to be clearer, because if not, all y'all are going to do is field questions and calls on that. So I think that we've got to make sure we're crossing those boundaries and getting those things articulated very clearly here. That's just my initial feedback. I don't know if my other board members have any other feedback to that end. Dr. Northern?
I'll agree with that. I think just a little bit more from me. I thought that the HQ3 thing was tight and solid, and I appreciated that definition. My semi-concern comes in sort of two systems. We've talked about we don't want bifurcated systems. And I get we've got a definition here for graduation, a definition for the more rigorous. I get that districts probably are getting a little squeamish if we just take the rug out under their feet with the graduation part. I'm wondering though, if we can just transition gradually to one system where we just have the HQ3 and we say, you know, in 2 years or however much time we're going to give you, but sooner or later it was all going to be on the HQ3 and we're not going to do it tomorrow. Because as I look at your table in the attachment, when you've got learning about work, learning through work, and learning for work, it's really nice, right? And I actually think that you can put both systems in the same chart so it doesn't look so bifurcated. And in my mind, job shadowing, service learning, mentoring is all stuff that could happen in middle school exploration. You know how we have CTE middle school exploration? Yeah, that would be, maybe that's becomes, you know, the middle, I mean, the first column, which is the elementary, middle, I don't know what the second column becomes with those other examples. And then the third column, for the most part, seems to me to be your new definition.
Right.
So anyway, I'm just trying to, you know, and then maybe if it's in a table like that and they see both systems together, and then this is sort of what we're transitioning to,
Yeah.
because the high school graduation requirements aren't going to go away. They're just going to be pushed down, right, to a lower level where it's more appropriate in the middle school for them to have these experiences. By the time you get to high school, you should be doing these more rigorous activities. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. And Dr. Northern and to Madam President's comments as well, I think taking this and maybe making it less words and more visualizations perhaps will make this more crisp for you all in February and rethinking our
Well,
acronyms.
not only that, I do think that to Dr. Northern's point, we need to really focus on the rigor of our work-based learning experiences in high school and take things that are less rigorous, like in many cases, the job shadowing and the service learning. That can all be part of exploration in
Right.
middle school. We are trying to put more of the emphasis on that exploration in middle school to give that real time and opportunity for those credentialing programs and other such programs, apprenticeships in the high school years. So I think that actually fits best sort of in those two main buckets there. So the less rigorous in the middle school timeframe and the more rigorous, more credentialing apprenticeships in high school. Ms. Holton?
Yeah, so I completely agree with not only the acronym, I mean, it can be a nickname. It doesn't have to be an acronym. I'm trying so hard to get the VQB one, the early childhood one. And I also concur with Dr. Northern and others' concern about really having double definitions of work-based learning does not support transparency for parents and stakeholders. And so I think our goal ought to be a single definition of work-based learning. If you make it clear that on both the high wage, high demand issue and the the ways to meet work-based learning, if you make it clear on both of those that it is and or
Right.
rather than and, then I don't think the definitions are that far apart, and that maybe we can decree that the new definition will be the definition for graduation purposes, as well as incentive, the accountability framework, but with a little delayed implementation, because we don't want to change graduation requirements for current, students who've completed what they thought was their work-based learning requirement under the old scheme ought to be grandfathered in some sense. And we've done that on changes we've implemented in the past. So implement the new definition, but grandfather in current high school students. That gives the divisions time to accommodate.
Thank you. And I'm sorry.
Let's go, Gore. And I'm probably getting ahead of the game, and I'm sure you've already got a plan. I'm sitting here thinking about school systems and superintendents and different people in the school board office of each system. Who's going to coordinate? Who's going to, I know you have this plan, but who monitors, who keeps up with all of this? You know what I'm saying?
The
Like,
capacity of school staff to,
I mean, it's
right.
like a specific coordinator. And I know it's optional right now, but like, I'm asking, this is why I'm all for it. I can imagine, wow, what a task it would be to.
and you're right. There are divisions now that have dedicated work-based learning coordinators, others that do not.
Probably have, that's what I'm also, and again, I'm not being a Debbie Downer because I'm all for it, but.
This is what we need to hear.
Problem, like, who's gonna.
Madam
it's a
President.
full-time job, I would think, if a school system really embraces it and takes it on board from the job shadowing, middle school level to,
Right.
It's
Absolutely.
doable, but I know you've already thought of all this, I'm just asking.
Appreciate it.
Ms. Holton?
To Ms. Kilgore's point, I totally agree. And in the we have had discussions in the past about including a work-based learning coordinator in our standards of quality, so that the state is helping fund those positions, and the board has not yet adopted that as part of our SOQs, and the General Assembly has not funded it. But I do think that to do divisions that are doing this right are locally funding, somebody to be the liaison to the business community, and you just can't do it without that. I did have, that leads into one more question, which is one of the divisions that's doing this right already and using their local funding to do it. Hampton, Dr. Coons made reference to the Hampton Academies. One of the, and so those of you who haven't had a chance to visit Hampton, I strongly encourage it. They're happy to do, take visitors, and they're really doing it division wide. Everybody in high school is in a pathway. And some of those pathways include law enforcement and firefighter, et cetera. And I just see a lot of references here to industry and business. And I would just ask that in the final documentation, we clarify that that language includes local and
Public
state
service,
government.
right.
So it's government, nonprofit sector should be included in the it's not just private sector, industry and business that we're interested in support.
Right. Thank you.
Have we cut you off?
Slightly, but that's okay.
Sorry.
I just did want to mention, to your point, Madam President, is that what we propose to be included in the, I want to use a different term now, the enhanced next tier of work-based learning are these 4 experiences: apprenticeship, clinical experience, internship, and reimagined school-based enterprise. So we're taking the 12 current experiences and condensing them to 4 for the purpose of our increased rigor work-based learning. And you did mention that earlier. And I will say too, to Dr. Northern's comment, is a lot of the reasoning behind, at least for now, establishing these 2 definitions is a nod to concern in the field, because again, they are midway through the year, graduation requirements. It's a much bigger conversation, but I do agree we can take this and put it all under the umbrella of one definition.
Are divisions going to understand what a reimagined school-based enterprise is? I mean, I don't, but that may be some nomenclature that everybody knows but me, but what is that?
So for example, at the school where I served as principal, we had a bank branch inside the school. And the students were manning as tellers in the bank branch, and it was associated with coursework they were taking in finance. And so there are schools that have some type of established enterprise for students within the building. This is one, though, I think of all of those 4 experiences, that will require probably the most education with school divisions, because that happens in pockets. But I think it is a valuable experience. However, we would need to extend some more education on that.
Madam President, Ms. Sultan. Dr. Armstrong, am I right on this one? You do propose to bring it back to us for final approval in February? This is first review, and you're going to be asking for final in February?
This is first review. We intend to take your feedback today, gather more feedback from the field as well, using what we've gathered today, and then come back to you all for final review in February.
So again, as with my request on the prior topic, if you could get the documentation out, the actual document, I know we have a draft here, but the next iteration out to the field, because there are some, frankly, technical errors in the draft, some of those and/ors, and there's some other technical inconsistencies in the draft, and that the field will help you. They will fly spec it for you.
Yes, they will.
If you give them time and opportunity.
Certainly. And Madam President, the last slide is the next iteration of this work. Once we establish a definition and agree on which experiences will qualify in this higher tier of rigor work-based learning, we will develop a rubric to evaluate these experiences as well. And we intend to use the following criteria to evaluate that: meaningful on job placement, accelerated learning options, as well as career navigation supports, which aligns with the definition you saw earlier. But we'll need to really work to establish a definition and those experiences first before we go into too much detail on the rubric. And I think, yes, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Gilstrap, item D.
Good afternoon, President Creasy, Dr. Coons, and members of the board. I bring to you today a discussion topic, something that is a opportunity for us going forward. I think most of you have heard of nationally board certified teachers, and there are incentive awards that we have done for years. We've had some changes coming out of this last budgetary season and legislative season that we need to look at and prepare for. There's some changes that we'll need to make to our guidance documents based on General Assembly adjustments to the budget code. And so that's what I'm here to talk about. Just a little background of the fund first, and then some discussion of changes in the code, budget language, and then implications. For the background, as I mentioned, National Board Certified Teacher, it's been going along for quite some time in Virginia and across the nation. The last time we had any guidance changes from the board was 2012. So we've been under the same guidance document from the board for over 13 years. And so there's some changes that need to happen in that just based on the change in the budgetary language. The 2012 guidance document has some very specific criteria and expectations that will have to be adjusted. But let me go on to the code for a second so we can get to the code. So in this last General Assembly session, there were no changes made in the code, but I want to point out a couple things in the code that will definitely need to be considered. One, as you see on that second bullet, it refers to public school teachers that obtain the National Board Certification. It does not reference any other group. It will in the budget language when I get to that. So though the General Assembly had an opportunity to change the code possibly, they did not change the code, but they did change the budget language. But it does impact us when we make our awards and when we adjust our guidance language. It also refers up there to a non-reverting fund. So the funds that we have year to year do build possibly if we don't spend them all and have an interest. So there is a possibility that one of the opportunities that we have going forward will not be necessary, but we will be providing that information to you before the or at the February board meeting so that you can make an informed decision on what we might do. And I will get to what I mean by that. So in the previous budget language, this is what it said. It only had this brief amount of language that went with the old language, and it still talked about $5,000 for initial nationally board certified teachers and $2,500 for each year thereafter. The part in bold is something I definitely want to point out. It says the board shall establish procedures for determining amounts of awards if the money in the fund are not sufficient to award each eligible teacher the appropriate award amount. And that is a potential going forward, maybe not this year, but in the future years, because of the broadening definition of what, who and what classification can receive the money. It does talk about that you can issue guidance, which you have in the past. All right, prior to this year, the references for classroom teachers. And it also had an amount for $5,035,000 for the first year and the same for the second year. That has been changed. It's our new budget language, but more than just the amount, also some of the definitions and some included groups. Now we have the current budget language, and it does in the first group still include classroom teachers, but it also enters in grants for candidates working. So there would be funding through the budget that we would provide for those that were attempting to become nationally board certified, or if they were renewing in what we call the maintenance of certification, MOC. So that money was not in the previous budget language. And as you can see up there, the amount that was allocated is less. It's $37,500 less than in the previous budget languages. And so we have a broader category, but a little bit less money. It does continue on in the budget language beyond that first paragraph that we had before, and it adds a fairly large possible group here. It says any public school staff member. So in the past, if you were a nationally board certified teacher and you went on to be an assistant principal, you forfeited your nationally board and you were not able to receive those funds anymore. If you were changed from a teacher to a counselor, same situation. If you went on to administration at a central office within a school division, you would forfeit your national board certification bonuses. But through this additional language, all those people that I just referenced would also be eligible for the national board funding. So we're talking principals, counselors, division staff, and we do not have a clear record of how many of those there are, because every year we when the numbers are submitted, those are omitted from those numbers. So that could potentially raise the amount. We also have what I referred to earlier as the any candidate category, and this would be those who are attempting for the first time to become nationally board certified, or if they let their nationally board certification end and they had to go back and renew it, there's costs that are associated with that. And according to the budget language, half those costs would be paid on the front end and then half would be paid on the back end. We do not collect that kind of data in the past because we don't have a direct feed with Nationally Board. They don't let us know who started the assessments. And since there was no funding for that, the teachers weren't generally reporting that to their school divisions. So that is one opportunity for change going forward as well. I already mentioned this. It's mentioned twice within there, the candidate reference and the maintenance of certification. And then we have, oh, there we go. Then we also have the date in which divisions would provide us that information. Divisions would not be able to have provided us that information this year due to the mechanisms in place to record that information. We do not have that kind of platform designed yet for receiving the information as people are entering the program. Only divisions would only provide us that information on the backside and annually verify it themselves. So talk about implications. First implication, the decrease in funding through the new budget, it allows for there to be some teachers that would receive the funding. And then once we used up any money we had carried over from our non-reverting funds, we would have to make decisions as a board on what we were going to do next. The board's current guidelines also would need to be updated because in our current guidelines, it refers to any public school staff member in the budget language, but it only refers to teachers. In our guidance, it also gives a definition for teachers, and they had to work at least 50% in the classroom, and it specifically excluded administrators from in central office because they were not eligible prior to this budgetary season. There's also a reference to a 5-year license in our current language, which hasn't been updated to our now 10-year licenses that we currently have. That's a fairly minor change, but that would be a change that we would need nonetheless. I've mentioned this already, but we do not have the database capacity to collect those that are entering into the system, and there's not a way for us to track the Title I references in the new budget language. That is all normally handled by the divisions as they reported out to us. They verify it on their side, which is what the last slide, the last bullet point there is. In case you were curious about how much some of these things cost, we've got the initial cost up there for somebody who's getting their national board certification, and then the maintenance cost as they're trying to add or extend their time. These would be costs that we would potentially be paying out of the same fund, which we currently do not. Past year expenditures. So you can see in some years we went over the 5,035,000. Some years we did not. So this may not be a issue for us this year. And so there may not be a solution needed for that, but there could be. Once we receive all the data back from the divisions, we'll have a better understanding of how much money we're talking. And with that amount of money, we'll come to you with in February to let you know, yes, we have enough money to meet this full requirement, or no, we do not have enough money and we would need to see what the guidance from the board would want us to do. Regardless of whether or not we have money this year or not, it would probably be a good idea to put that guidance or those recommendations into our guidance document so that at any time in the future, we could just go to our regular regular scheduled, plan within the guidance document and go ahead and follow those guidance steps. I created a couple board options, but I just did those so you could kind of get a feel for what that would look like. These may not be necessary at all because if we have enough funding, we do not have to do that this year, but those would be things that you could consider going forward with the guidance for the guidance document coming out in February. And I just gave a little bit of an explanation, which you're welcome to have read or read yourself. It's not necessarily something you'd have to go with. This is the timeline we're currently working under. We're right now with board input and plans. We've already started the collection window. That was started about a month ago. We do have a second tier of that because the initial collection would be more like our normal collection, like we did with just teachers. But when we're looking at also those who are candidates, we have to do that a different way because there's not a way for the divisions to report that in the same method. So that should go out this week. And so we should have data. We think we'll have all the data we'll need well before the February deadline. Any discussion or questions?
Questions for Mr. Gilstrap? Bolton?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gilstrap. You and I spoke briefly earlier, and I asked about, told you I was going to ask you about the non-reverting surplus.
Yes.
So as I see it in 2023, 2024, we underspent the budget by 600,000.
Correct.
And the prior year by several $100,000.
Correct.
Do we know, so is there an accumulated surplus from those 2 years?
The state treasurer, they're the ones that maintain that, and they have not given us a number for that yet. There's an interest that changes on a daily basis with that kind of large amount, but that'll come out once we have the amount that we'll be requesting. Normally, we only know what we were budgeted, and then we go ahead and submit the full, like in the years that we went over, we submitted the full bill, and they paid the bill based on what we had carried over. We will be endeavoring to try to find out how much room we have.
So just looking at those annual appropriations for the last 2 years and the expenditures for the last 2 years, my rough math says we might have almost $1 million.
Quite possible that we could have that amount. We do not know how much we're going to have in extended debt, though, coming out of the broad.
But
Yes.
so as to that, I'm looking, there's two ways the new changes potentially increases the expenditure. One is accommodating the applicants, those who are in the process of getting national board. And that's something around 108 a year, right? That the number of people pursuing it was 108 last year. Just doing the math, that might add $100,000, maybe a couple $100,000 if you add in the those who are doing the renewals, et cetera. But we would still be well within the current appropriation without even dipping into the surplus. So am I right about that?
Mostly. Let me just correct one thing. The number you were reciting on how many people get it each year is not the same as the number of people attempting each year. So we would be paying on the front side for those attempting, whether or not they completed it or not, we pay half of it. So yes.
But still, we're within
it probably isn't a drastic difference in the amount, but there could be a difference there. I think the bigger difference could come from the other number than this.
So my guess, and I'm purely speculating here, but that the General Assembly was contemplating that in that 600,000 or so underspent appropriation from previous years, there was enough money to accommodate those attempting to achieve national board certification. The bigger problem is what you've helpfully identified as potentially broadening the availability of the bonus to administrators, counselors, et cetera, non-classroom teachers. And I have a comment and a question on that. And my comment is, I wonder if that change was intentional or not. And just looking at the budget language that you cite on page 10, F1, it is the intent of the General Assembly that the Department of Education provide bonuses from state funds to classroom teachers. So in one place in the budget language, it appears to continue to limit the availability of these bonuses to classroom teachers as the statute does.
Mhm.
And of course, we all know that appropriations language overrides the statute, but where one part of the appropriation language seems to say classroom teachers and another part of the appropriation language seems to broaden the definition. I wonder if there's any way we could inquire or find out, and maybe this is a perspective, but to frankly talk to the Appropriations Committee staff, as I know you all do regularly, to figure out, was that an intentional change or not? And if it wasn't an intentional change, then my question would be, could an alternative you bring us in February be that we put
Prioritization.
non-classroom teachers on a lower priority so that we fully fund classroom teachers and fully fund applicants, those in the process of getting board certification, and not fund those who aren't classroom teachers unless and until those two categories. So in other words, I'm asking, would that third option be worth considering?
I think that's exactly why Mr. Gilstrap and the department's bringing this to us, is because we do want that. We do need this discussion to happen. We want to
Right.
create as much consensus as possible within the board to say, look, we want to prioritize. And I think, Ms. Holton, us at least having this discussion is helpful because there is that ability to have you bring out, the piece about, well, there's the classroom and we can talk to appropriation staff, but ultimately it does kind of rest with how we want to prioritize. And that may be, the way we end up prioritizing is, okay, look, the intent has always been to support, historically, has always been to support those classroom teachers that are directly impacting instruction who are nationally board certified. And then let's move down the prioritization when it comes to whether or not we are flush with cash to be able to support it or not. But I do think that is certainly, that was my thought process, was to support those classroom teachers prior to sort of moving down the list, right?
And I would just say that, so you've presented us two options, as you say, just to get the conversation started, but reduction of all funds awarded, I would really encourage us to make that a last resort. We don't want people making less money than they did last year. That is a terrible solution. And frankly, I think the first come, first serve means nobody knows what they're getting. That's also a terrible solution. So I would propose and ask that you bring us back this third option that would honor the General Assembly's clear intent as to applicants, but also honor the statutory preference for classroom teachers. And my back of the envelope math, which is worth precisely nothing, would suggest that we have plenty of money to do that if we don't go beyond the classroom teachers. And especially if I'm right that we've built up $1 million surplus in this account.
I think that's a strong option for us to move towards and exactly the purpose for this discussion. Mr. Rotherham, do you have a
Thank you.
comment?
Yeah, I agree. I agree on prioritizing classroom teachers. I have a more general question. We are giving preference to Title I in terms of applicants, but we're not giving preference to high poverty schools kind of in any other way in this. Do we have any flexibility as we consider this? Because this does seem somewhat disconnected from, we're concerned about high poverty schools. We want more resources there. We're concerned about teacher shortages. And then we're sort of spreading this around. I certainly agree with Ms. Holton. We shouldn't do anything that causes somebody to have a reduction, but it seems like going forward, we could, are there, how much flexibility do we have to potentially start to align this more with making sure high poverty, shortage subject areas, shortage geography areas or parts of the state that have a harder time than others? Do we have any flexibility there under the language?
I would defer that final answer, but I would say what I pointed out at the very beginning and how broad the code was, where the code said it is the board's responsibility to decide how to do that. So I would say that it does grant some flexibility there. I would also say that there's only one section really that addresses the Title I, and that's with the new candidates. It's not with the current teachers.
Right.
And maybe the theory there is if you're working in a high poverty school, give you a bonus for doing that. I don't know, but there's got to be a reason that we were not given within the budget language.
Well, I think the data we've been shown previously suggests that, not surprisingly, high poverty schools have fewer national board certified teachers
Mhm.
than wealthier schools. And
Mhm.
so clearly the General Assembly, I would think the intent is to help address that, provide some redress for that imbalance.
Teacher recruitment and retention strategy.
Right, I agree, and I like that. I'm asking, could we do more? So could we do differentiated bonuses so you get more as a national board teacher based on some criteria, high poverty, geography, high need? Like, do we have the flexibility to potentially?
I think that would probably be something that you would have to go back to the drawing board. I mean, I don't know that that's something that we can, iterate on the fly right here.
not on the
I
fly,
do
for
think
the
that we need to
teachers.
figure out, like, is there a means by which, and, perhaps there are further opportunities to certainly, raise those particular issues, because I don't disagree that it's a need.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to do it on the fly, but if it's a work session or where they
Sure,
could
sure.
start to see potentially some options on that, because this does seem misaligned from our general thrust.
Madam President, yeah,
Mr. Hanson?
I would even suggest going back to the conversation 2 hours ago on our schools that are in need of intensive support or off track. This is where we talked about dedicating resources to those. This would be a perfect place to start.
I would just say that I think that would require, unless if we're in the unfortunate position of having to cut such that teachers who are currently receiving those bonuses don't get what they've been getting in the past, then we could certainly use that criteria, where are you serving in a high need school, as a criteria, because we are authorized to award less than the full award. But I don't think the statutory or budget language current language allow us to go over the 5,000 and the 2,500, or the costs for the applicants. So if we wanted to go over, that would, for instance, be something that the governor or the legislature could propose to increase beyond the 5,000 for teachers willing to go to our high need schools.
And you'll have a much better vision of what this really looks like when we have all that data on how many teachers we have and how much it impacts all the money. So in February, that's one of the reasons why we wanted to have this, so you could have this discussion and get the thoughts already going.
However, if we do want to come back with some more options, I think we just need to be clear that we may not be able to pay out stipends until after board action in February.
When do we usually pay them out?
It's usually right after the new year, so we'd be about a month behind.
Well, we don't meet until late February. So teachers who are used to getting their bonus in early January are not going to get it until early March now?
That's quite possible, yes.
Well, how can we help address that? Can we authorize you today to award the narrower category? In other words, if we give you discretion in certain categories, because I hate to see people losing something they've had. That would be
Why don't we just, it would have to be an action taken tomorrow in our business meeting. We could just say, the board will release the classroom teacher funds today, and then additional categorization will be worked on and decided in February.
If we by consensus add an
Sure.
agenda item tomorrow to authorize really 3 tiers to do the traditional classroom teachers, 5,000 and 2,500 as a first tier. If funds permit, as of January 1st, you can go ahead and push that out the door without waiting for further authorization from us. And number 2, if funds permit, including taking advantage of any surplus from prior years to pay out the folks who are in the process of earning their certification, and then not to authorize anything beyond that until you come back to us. Maybe that's the way to do it.
That's perfect.
It's a terrible shame to have people expect they're getting something and that they've gotten in every prior year.
Yeah, especially, given
When the legislature's intent was clearly to expand, not to contract.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else on this item? We'll get the team working on a new
I have
a
no
nice
issue with
idea.
this. I would love for us, though, especially if there's going to be additional funds, to also start to think about what are some options where we could
Absolutely.
prioritize, again, areas and not just spread this like peanut butter, but to the extent we have new money targeted at areas that I think collectively the board is concerned about.
And we may need to look to determine whether or not the policy is allowed. Mr. Hanson?
I would even suggest a little caution in terms of additional funds. I think that there may be other vehicles and better vehicles to incentivize and reward teachers than this program. So I just want to be a little cautious that we're trying to build upon something here that I think there might be better venues to really recognize teachers.
Yeah, because let's not forget, not every excellent teacher has a national board certification. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, we're going to take a quick, like 3-minute break before we start our next presentation. Give our Learning Heroes team a chance to get everything up and ready. We are on item E now, and we would like to continue our National Expert Series today with Learning Heroes. And I would like to introduce our two speakers. Bib Hubbard is the founder and president of Learning Heroes, the leading research nonprofit studying parent mindsets in the U.S. as it relates to their child's education. Bib came to this work having served the Clinton administration, both at the Labor Department and in the White House. She found her love for education and specifically family engagement working for the CEO of Scholastic before leading Governor Napolitano's post-secondary initiative as the chair of the National Governors Association. Immediately prior to founding Learning Heroes 10 years ago, Bib was in leadership at the Gates Foundation, focused on both K-12 and higher ed. It was in this role that she was inspired to create a nonprofit solely focused on parents. She is a Virginia native and the proud mom of two boys who attend Alexandria City Public Schools. Cindy Williams is the co-founder of Learning Heroes and the CEO of Waypoint Education Partners. She served in the George W. Bush administration, both in the White House during NCLB and then leading communications for the U.S. Department of Education. Prior to working in the White House, she served in leadership on Capitol Hill, worked alongside Richard Worthlen Worldwide as the chief of staff to Elizabeth Dole. She and Bib met working at the Gates Foundation in communications and advocacy roles. Cindy recently served as chair of the Washington State Charter Commission. During her time, 20 years as a Virginia resident, her oldest son was the grateful recipient of an excellent early intervention program at Arlington Public Schools. So welcome to both of you, and we are so thankful for you being here today to present to us.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for having us. And I want to especially thank Dr. Coons for your incredible partnership in addressing the important role that families play in advancing both student and school success. So thank you so much. And we also want to acknowledge Secretary Guidera in inviting us to be able to present to you today. I know she's not here, but we're also grateful for her partnership as well. So let's get started. For those of you who may not be familiar with Learning Heroes, as President said, we're 10 years old, and our mission is pretty simple: to strengthen the relationship between homes and schools to advance student learning and well-being. And we do our work, in deep partnership. Everything we do has a collective action orientation. So this is just a few of our incredible partners who we are super humbled to have on this slide. We work across the education ecosystem to be able to touch down through the multiple dimensions that families touch down across education. They sit at the center. So we have this opportunity to work collaboratively in many different ways. And everything we do is anchored in research. So you're going to hear a lot about this this afternoon. We have, over our 10 years, we're now at more than 20 national surveys, deep qualitative sessions across the country. Most of our research is conducted in both English and Spanish. We focus on low-income families, families of color, and we also survey teachers, principals, guidance counselors, students. And it informs everything that we do. We are very evidence-based. So with that, I'm going to talk a little bit about just sort of parent context, some parent mindsets that I think are important as to set the stage and go a little bit deeper. So literally in 2016, we revealed this data point: 9 out of 10 parents, regardless of race, income, and education level, believe their child's at or above grade level in reading and math. And I'm sad to report that as of this summer, it is still 9 out of 10 parents, regardless of race, income, or education level, believe their child is at or above grade level in reading and math. Because as of all of you know, we do not have 9 out of 10 students who are performing at grade level in reading and math. And so for us, this was a clarion call in 2016 to understand why. Why is this perception there? And there are many reasons, but the primary reason is because almost 80% of parents report that their children are bringing home all Bs or above. And for a parent, that good grade equals grade level mastery. So if you have a fourth grade parent whose child in reading is bringing home A's or B's, that fourth grade parent automatically assumes, hey, my fourth grader is reading at a fourth grade level because they're getting all A's or B's. We don't typically let parents know that that's not what that means. That means that that child is turning in their homework. They're asking good questions. They're working really hard. They are performing well for their grade level of reading, which could be a first, second, or third grade level reading. And so there is sort of this thing that happens where grades are masking for parents what's really happening with their students' achievement. So I'm going to turn this over to Cindy to talk a little bit about what keeps parents up at night. And this is important as you think about that 90% stat.
I can keep clicking. Can you click? Sure. So we call this a worry battery. It's something we've been doing really for the last 10 years. Gallup partnered with us most recently, and they were blown away by what we found. So you assume that academics are going to be on this list, but as you guys can see, your child's math skills and your child's reading skills are at the very bottom. So we start with impact of social media on your child experiencing stress or anxiety, emotional well-being, then getting to paying the bills. So, as parents, we worry, like that's just part of our job. But isn't it interesting the things that they worry about before it's actually paying the bills? But, your assumption going into this exercise is usually that the math and the reading skills are going to rank higher. But the purpose of Learning Heroes really is to flip this grid. So what happens when a parent knows that their child isn't on grade level is that the worry battery actually flips. They worry differently. So when you look at this, once you say to a parent, you are a parent whose child is below grade level in math, and then you ask them to go back to that worry and stack rank it again, you'll see that math skills, interestingly, even much more so than reading, end up at the very top of that list. Then you go to impact of social media on your child be on track with the academic expectations for their grade bumps way up. Your child gaining the knowledge and skills needed to be ready for college bumps way up. So I would say that part of this demand side of the equation that you're trying to create, I don't know about you guys, but when we were at the Gates Foundation, we kept feeling like we're just pushing the boulder uphill. Like, why are people not screaming in the streets? Why are they not furious that their child isn't getting their reading and the math instruction that they deserve, or that their school is not performing better? And at the end of the day, it's because they're not worried until we ask them to be worried, until we give them super straight up information that is clear and easy to understand that says your child is behind. But once you do, parents' worry is like this really powerful force that we're just not capturing. They will worry differently, and then they will make very different decisions about their child's time and about the options that they have in front of them. And so we have a lot more that we've learned about that, but it's hard to understand Learning Heroes without knowing that sort of our North Star is this 9 out of 10. And our hope is really in this concept that we're leaving parents and all that they can bring to the table on the field. And then if we can tell them the truth, they can actually worry differently. So that's our aha. This is our money slide.
Yeah, and just to sort of bring this to life, and this is a really difficult slide to read, so apologies, but the key takeaway is we asked, okay, so for the parents who know that their child is below grade level in math, we saw that they worry differently. So what actions are they taking? Are they taking different actions as they're engaging with their teachers? And the answer is yes. So when all parents are talking to their child's teachers, right? Thankfully, you can see, 88% of all parents are getting a general update on their child's progress. But when you start to scrutinize this list of actions very specifically, those who know that their child's not performing in math are asking more academic related questions. They're partnering with their teacher in slightly different ways. How can, should I be concerned? The subjects that my child is doing well in, are you concerned about my child's academic progress? So they're asking more specific questions around their child's academics, which is part of our goal. How do we get parents and teachers to partner up around helping students succeed? And not just asking, which is typically, given the structure that teachers are provided and parents are provided around the parent-teacher conference, you have 10 to 15 minutes, if you're lucky, to find out how your child is doing. So you get the basic question of, how's my child? The teacher says, oh, your child is great. All of these important things, but you don't really get a chance to dig in necessarily on the academic piece, because parents don't even know to ask the question because their child is getting a B and they think they're okay. And when we ask teachers, they also aren't trained to engage with families, and we'll show that slide in just a moment. Back to Cindy.
So when we first started this work, we encountered a fair amount of bias, and we've done work across the US, not deeply in all 50 states, but certainly deeply in 25 of them. And so I guess we just always feel like it's really important to say that Black parents care the most about knowing if their child is below grade level. And then second to that is Hispanic parents, and then white parents. And so we know this data is hard to communicate, and teachers say it's really hard, and we acknowledge that, but we also feel like it's worth it to do the work, particularly given the parents who are asking for it the most. Oh, this is my favorite slide. Bill will jump in here too. So basically, parents have something they think they know, right? My kid is fine. I feel great about my child. You know, my child's got an A in English and a B in math, and she's an excellent student. And so when your job is, okay, how do we push up against that thing that the parent believes they actually know? And you want, in a best case scenario, for parents to self-realize, oh, wait a minute, that's not true. And so the way you can do that is with two contradictory pieces of information. So the way we like to say this is, two contradictory pieces of information help parents rethink that thing they thought they knew. And so that's why the SOL is so important, but more importantly, communicating it effectively is so important, because it becomes one of the things. So parents are pretty agnostic about the two pieces of contradictory information. It can be MAP, it can be growth data, it can be SOL, it can be your school accountability rating. But if you can give them two things that are really different than that A and B, they'll start to flip. And so as you can see here, the numbers are pretty dramatic. And in a polling situation, that's almost unheard of, which is why we kept having to do it over and over again to sort of double check ourselves. But to me, this is the most hopeful piece of information we can bring you today, is you guys are doing such an amazing job of putting so much data out there in front of parents over the next couple of years. And if it is clearly communicated to parents with a lot of context, you'll start to flip them. They'll have their own aha moment that, oh my gosh, I need to be doing things differently. My kid's not where I thought they were.
And as we dig in further, the teacher side of this also is an important part of the picture. So we know grades can be misleading, and we know that parents can do the math. They are very responsive to different forms of data in terms of understanding where their child is. And another, we have so much data that we can't share, but one of the other questions that we asked in a national survey, 89% of parents, one of the most important things for them to get from their schools, communications from their schools, is knowing how their child is achieving. Like, it's essential for me to know where my kid is, even if it's not good news. Like, parents obviously can handle it. They want to know, and teachers want to tell them. So the how is the really hard part. So you can see here, we asked teachers, how easy is it to do these, to have different kinds of conversations with families? And many say it is not easy to communicate difficult information to families. We know that it is fear-based. We also have quantitative data from teachers that say, I'm afraid I'm not going to be believed, and I'm afraid I'm going to be blamed. And it's not an expectation for me to unpack this data with families. So school leaders play an essential role in setting the conditions, creating the policies, the practices, giving teachers the time, the tools, the support to be able to engage with families. This is not easy work, building relationships, but it does pay dividends, and it is happening across the country in many ways. And we're, again, just humbled and excited to be able to partner with Virginia and the data that you're providing to families. And supporting teachers to be able to then engage with families around helping support students succeed. So just sort of shifting gears a bit, one of our strategies to address the data that you've just seen, parents may not have a complete and holistic understanding of how their child is progressing. Teachers may be struggling with how to tell and share different kinds of data with families. So we decided to launch what we call Go Beyond Grades, a parent action and awareness campaign. We launched it in the spring of 2023 in 6 different cities. And then we went back in 2024 and we launched it here in Tarrant County in Texas and again in New York City. And what we did was we took 2 data points. You can see the 96% of Tarrant County parents think their child reads at grade level. We did that research, and per the STAR report, which is the Texas SOL, 52% of students in Tarrant County are reading at grade level. And we did these billboards in New York City, Washington, D.C., Boston, Sacramento, Houston, all across the country. And what we found was super exciting. And when we did post evaluation of this campaign among parents, the parents who remembered seeing this billboard, and again, parents can do the math, they see the data, were twice as likely to take actions that we support, which is talking to your teacher at the end of the school year. How did my child do? What should I do this summer to help support them? They were twice as likely to enroll their child in summer learning. So they took the actions twice as likely if they saw this billboard and other social media. And importantly, and along the lines why we think it was so successful is as part of the broader campaign, in addition to the power of the data, it's the power of storytelling. So we lifted up parent stories around this the power of partnering with teachers. So we're just going to show a quick video of Sharita Jones and her daughter Christiana as just one small way that we are lifting up different parent voices, which we think is a huge contributor to the success of these local campaigns. So I think someone's going to help us play the video. Yep. There you go. Thank you.
What's the first 3 letters say? What's the first 3 letters? That turns 2 words into 1 word.
Sharita Jones is a hands-on mom. She felt her daughter Christiana was doing well in her last school, especially after all the time away from the classroom during the pandemic.
Christiana was a great student in class, not a behavior problem at all. I thought that she was doing great from the last report card.
But when her daughter Christiana moved to a new school, she learned her good report cards had not been telling the full story.
It was extremely surprising to find out that she was on a lower reading level than what I thought she was.
The new school's assessments showed the 9-year-old was actually 3 grade levels behind.
Hey, the rest of it. True. Lee.
Actually.
So what's the word? Exactly. Actually.
Good grades can be deceiving. Maya Martin Cadogan is the founder and executive director of Parents Amplifying Voices in Education.
What we actually know is that many kids are not on grade level, and that grades are oftentimes reflecting things that are not just about academics. They're reflecting behavior, attendance, participation.
In fact, there's a dramatic disconnect with parents when looking at their own kids on how much academic learning has suffered since the end of the pandemic. Nationally, 9 out of 10 parents, regardless of race, income, or geography, believe their child is at or above grade level. But just 26% of 8th graders are proficient in math, and only 29% are proficient in reading.
Parents were just doing their best to make sure that kids were able to access school as it was, but that doesn't mean it was what it should be.
Not will, W-I-L-L.
So what should parents do?
Parents need to first just ask questions of their child's teacher. They need to ask what grade level their children were reading on, what level math their children were doing, and then ask what you can do at home with your child in order to support them, and what additional programs they might need access to extend their learning through summer programs.
I would say to parents to not be afraid, to ask for help. Having that shared power between me and the teacher is a wonderful feeling.
Jones is now working with Christiana's teacher to understand where she needs help, and she's seeking learning opportunities outside of school for this summer.
A good mixture of both summer camp and summer education at the same time. I love solutions.
Parents understand that the school day is not just 8 to 4, it's 24/7, all the time, 7 days a week. Because that's really when kids are learning and applying the learning that they have in the classroom to the real world.
There have never been more resources available than right now to help kids get back on track.
I wish I knew sooner about Christiana's education, then I would have been able to do other things to help. I'm glad that I'm finding out now because it is still time to be able to fix everything.
There's no sign of his ending.
Of this ending.
Oh, I didn't see that. This ending.
To learn more about how you can help your child this summer, check out gobeyondgrades.org.
And that is just one video, one, Sharita's story. Oh. I could watch it again and again. Sharita's a phenomenal mom, as most moms are. And so she went and got hooked on phonics for Christiana initially, because she wasn't sure, how to help her at home. And that's how she learned how to read. So she went on to Amazon and got hooked on phonics. And Christiana is on this amazing path. And so we lift up these stories of families all across the country. And families see themselves in these stories and know that they're not alone, that this often is in their gut. But when they see another mom sharing what they did and that there is a way to partner up with your teacher, it's really powerful. So we're continuing to get interest in these Go Beyond Grades campaigns and are excited by the results that we're receiving. So now that you've seen sort of the big national picture, I think we're going to go into some of the work that's happening in Virginia, and I'm going to turn it over to Cindy.
Thank you. I'll also say Commissioner Morath in Texas asked us to do a series of focus groups across the state around tutoring and why parents weren't taking them up on the tutoring that was being offered as a part of their bill, HB 4545. And almost universally what the parents said to us is, we are so glad that tutoring is happening for all those kids that need it, but my kid doesn't need it. And so we couldn't find a parent that actually thought their child needed the tutoring. And so it just goes to show we can create all of the things to support parents, whether it's the tutoring or the after-school programming or the extended day. But until parents know it's their kid that needs it, the take-up rate is just not going to be there. And so with that in mind, Dr. Coons asked us to go listen to Virginia parents. So we went and listened to Virginia parents, and then we went and did in-depth interviews with principals. And in both situations, we were really focused on the SOL student score report and worked with Dr. Coons and her team to figure out sort of a protocol for these conversations to really go deep and figure out what is the value proposition of the SOL to the parent and to the principal. And so there are a lot of things we've learned, and we had a million quotes, but we brought you just a couple. But I just wanted to bring 4 opportunities to your attention in both of these sets of research for you to just sort of have in the back of your mind. One is something, I can't remember our acronym from earlier today, the HW3, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to give you another one, which is the SDBQ. It is so hard to say. As a matter of fact, I can't say it unless I'm staring at it. But the student detail by question. So you guys pay for Pearson to give you by student the questions that the student didn't get right, which is the thing the parent most wants to see on planet Earth. So we were working with the state of Texas on a Log In Learn More campaign where we had 2 million parents on the portal. It's one of the funnest things Bib and I ever did. because we were able to create a state portal there, which I know is not something you guys are able to do with all of the local control that's in place. But we got 2 million parents on the portal, and where they spent all of their time, sometimes up to 7 minutes, was looking at the questions their kids got wrong. And it had two really profound impacts. One was, oh my gosh, I now know how to help my kid because I've seen the question they couldn't get right, and I can take that question to my teacher and I can have a plan, which is the second thing they want most in the world. But the other thing was they no longer didn't like the test. They looked at the questions their kids didn't get right and said, I actually want my kids to know how to answer those questions. And there's so much cynicism in the system right now against all public institutions that they just assume it's all in a black box and it's all being done to them. And I think what is so amazing about what you guys are doing is the transparency thing is just huge. I mean, y'all are opening it all up. I mean, when I look at the work that Dr. Coons and her teams have done to like really define words like growth and proficiency where you have to use them and then take all the complex words out of everything where you don't. I think you guys are doing everything you can, but the student detail by question, if there's a way to remarket that is like, here's the stuff your kid didn't get right. And to make it front and center on the score report, you already done so much to make that score report much more user-friendly for parents. But I do think there are some additional things that could be done, and just take credit for the fact that you have this because it demystifies the test. You know this, but just in case you need another data point telling you parents want it sooner. And what actually just angers them is they don't get it in time to talk to the teacher that they've had all year long. So if they were fortunate enough to build a relationship with the teacher, they don't get to ask that same person what they can do over the summer to enroll in summer school, or they don't have the continuity to the next year. And so to the extent that I know you guys have such strong relationships with your division leads, but if there's a way to make something that's more of a gut check and not a ±3 with your psychometrician available more quickly, it's a great way to have a win with parents. Parents really want to talk to their teacher when they see the gaps in the SOLs. So the ones that take the time to really look at it, the number one thing they want to do is go talk to the teacher about what they've seen. So again, that just argues for having it happen in the same school year with the teacher that they know and in the year in which the kid was supposed to learn the thing that's on the test. So it makes common sense. I know you guys have spent a lot of time talking about it. This just reinforces it with one more data point. And then we saw, as we see in actually every state, that so much work still needs to be done to help parents understand the value proposition of the SOL. So again, for us, the value proposition is that they get another data point that double checks the grade, right? When those two things are inconsistent, it gives you something to really go ask. Where it's most effective is when you can put those things in combination in a dashboard. So if somebody can see their SOL next to their grades, next to a map or a DIBBLE or a Lexile, we call that pay dirt. Like multiple measures in combination that don't make sense are the greatest way ever for parents to really know that they don't have an accurate picture. So to the extent that you can do that, right now, everything is given to a parent in isolation in a different time frame, right? So you get your grades, and in the middle of the summer, you get your SOLs, and then you might get a MAP diagnostic at the beginning of the year. And that's asking a lot for a parent to take those individual pieces and put them side by side. But to the extent that we as a system can start to bring them together right now, and we do a lot of work in Texas, but I will say in Texas, what they are doing is they've figured out how to put their store report on the portal where parents check homework. And that's actually super cool. It basically brings together like the power schools and all the different vendors and says, how do we put these two data points together so that parents are constantly being reminded? Y'all are doing so much work to make the SOL really actionable for parents, but you also don't have control over how and when they see it. It feels like it's very much division by division around some of the timing and the predictability of it. So there might be some ways that you can create some predictability that don't feel like an overstep. If there are no questions there, I'll move to the second group, which is principals. We should have a contest for what to call the SDBQ. On principals, They asked for more support in analyzing school-wide trends. So that feels like data literacy, like help us just better understand all of the stuff that's coming our way. So they also, what we really heard is how much they respect what you think. I mean, they really want to know what the State Department of Education thinks. They are looking for more guidance. You definitely have their trust. Those relationships that you've built at the division level and then on down feel really solid. The level and the timing of the disaggregated data for principals varied widely. So they knew others that got it much earlier and others that got it much later. So they were looking for some predictability around that. And obviously nobody wants to be last. So whoever got it soonest, that's when they want to get it. But I think establishing some norms around that is something that principals would feel was very supportive for them in their work. They brought up that they have no way to train teachers on how to have conversations about data with parents. So they're looking for that PD. And what Bib would say in the work that she's led with the training across the country is principals need it too. So they may not have self-realized that in our conversations with us, but you need the principal to have the teacher's back. So even though the teacher is the one that has to sit down with the parent, the principal really also needs to know and understand, just like he or she is an instructional coach, how do they also support that conversation? But one of our favorite quotes is, there's nothing they've seen yet, like a toolbox or a toolkit of resources to provide parents. We have a lot of stuff that's fun around learning and unlearning. And then they're looking for help explaining the value proposition of the SOLs. I would say y'all have come a long way on that one in the last 2 years. And there are probably a lot of resources that are already available that they just haven't seen yet. You have so many one-pagers. You have so many sets of definitions. There's so many things out there. And I think maybe just working more closely with the division leaders to make sure that they're, as one of my friends says, the water's getting to the end of the row. So that's sort of, we had a ton of things that we learned, but those were sort of the 4 sort of that felt consistent across. Anything else on those?
I do think that that's something we can learn from, though, truly, because, we went from a time where there really wasn't anything available, right? Like it was look, you guys go, you do your own thing, you're your own school division, you figure it out. And we're in a time now where we're almost over. And I think the pandemic sort of shifted us into we've got to overload with information or over communicate as far as, what we're doing from the state level, from the department, from the board. And we have to really be intentional about how we are highlighting the information that's really important around specific things. And so despite the fact that we do have all of these resources, which I think are wonderful and certainly fitting if people are out there looking for them or if people are going to use them. And so driving the attention to those specific pieces, maybe there's something that we want to do. I know in your newsletter that you send out a spotlight. Did you know we have this resource on the DOE website that can help you do X, Y, or Z? That might be we want to do like a spotlight type thing from time to time, just so that we make sure we're making people aware of the resources that are available.
I also think we've got such inroads with VA, ESP, and VA SSP. Those are elementary school and our secondary school principals. I think this is really good feedback for us to find ways to do more lunch and learns, more opportunities for our principals to have data literacy and how to have these conversations. So really appreciate the feedback.
Absolutely. And parents trust information they see on their school website the most. So you guys have really modeled how to effectively communicate some of this really complex work. But I do think, how do you get it from the division leader to the school website? Because they're not coming straight to the state website. They're coming here by default. They're coming here because they can't get it anywhere else. And so to the extent that we can, every state does it differently. In New Hampshire, we got on the phone with every soup in New Hampshire, and just sold them on the data. We've done a lot of different marketing techniques with different state structures. But to the extent that literally they see you as modeling best practice on how to do it, but then they pick it up and put it down in the place that parents actually are. Because most parents are too scared to go to a state of education website. And when they do, they don't know how to get their user ID. So, I mean, it's a long process to get the information from where you are to where they are, but it's worth spending some time probably on the distribution.
I also think that we can't forget that so many of our principals, so many of our building level leaders have been our teachers in the classroom.
Yeah.
You know, and if they didn't learn in that capacity how to use data to drive their instruction, to interpret for parents on how to help their students, then it only, I mean, it's only logical, right? That the principal, who was the teacher, you know, doesn't know how to do that. So I think that that is something certainly that we can work on.
And video with some of these new big things you're putting out. I mean, the resource hub is fantastic. I mean, I even saw there's a parent version of the readiness roadmap. So, but we've asked principals in other locations, you know, do a 3-minute on this for your student population and for your parents, and forcing them to do those sorts of things forces them to get conversant. So there's some tricks around some of that could be helpful, but the baseline of information is there. So excited about the new performance framework. Can only imagine how much work that has been, but really you have done a great job of avoiding words that are that we spend countless hours trying to avoid shame and blame. Like, that's never our intention for anything we do. We try to be as straightforward as possible. One of the words that has originated from our listening sessions for years has been on track. Parents literally say, I just want to know if my kid's on track. I just want to know if they're meeting expectations. That's all I want to know. And so, you know, on track here feels really strong and solid based on the research that we've done over the years. And I just think y'all have done a fantastic job with these performance categories. They need to know why you've decided to tier these schools. And so being super overt and over communicating that the schools that are in this needs intensive support category or off track are getting something for it. Like, the reason they don't assume they think that's why you did it, because they don't. So the prevailing assumption of parents in the United States is that the schools that do the worst get the least amount of money. That is the working assumption. And so it takes a lot of work for them to know that the opposite of that is true. It takes a very intentional communications effort. And then you've already done this, but really over explaining the clear weights for mastery, growth, and readiness. Even if they don't completely understand it, what they appreciate is the transparency. It's the same way with resources. You might provide 10 resources. They might not use any of them, but it totally changes whatever they're looking at from a document that feels like a setup to a document that feels like a resource, right? So if they don't see any way that they can help, then when they look at that document, they think this was just done to me. When there's something they can do, then they actually really think the document's helpful. So the concrete details, even if they don't understand them all, the tonality around that of respect and of transparency is just is totally worth it, and feel like you guys are doing that. Bridging the gap, you know, this particular effort I know was focused on learning loss. The piece that we wanted to bring to your attention was just this comprehensive training to teachers on how to communicate with parents and students. That's an area where we would love to partner. I'd love for Bib to share more about what we're doing across the country on that. But that's where I feel like you've already identified it as a need, and being a leader on that would take you a long way. And then this idea of academic growth over time, y'all have worked really hard to define growth. I know that the VIVAS system is coming out as soon as February. We'd love to help you have the charts and graphs on that VIVAS system not look like this thing we screenshotted up there. So I think making that work family friendly is going to be hard, but what we know is parents want to see a trajectory. That line going up or that line going down is hugely important to them. So the idea that they would get growth, they would get on track, they would get right direction, they would get sort of this very simple way in which to understand how their kid is doing is amazing. And unprecedented, I think, in the amount of information you're going to give a parent, but providing some context around that before the parent actually sees it. So the other piece of advice we would just give from work we've done across the country and Dr. Coon saw us do this in Tennessee. Before you're telling something to a parent that's hard, they need to understand it. So whether it's like changing the cut scores, or that's adopting Common Core, which happens to be 2 levels above where you are, or whatever that is, they can receive the information and understand it before it has their child's name on it. So those windows before you actually tell the parent are hugely opportunistic, because they can hear it until they know it's their kid, and then it gets harder because you're defensive, and that's just human nature. So whatever can be done in front of these big giant changes that you're making to socialize the changes in advance, we would just love to support you in the doing of that. I'm going to pass it over to Bib to talk about the parent teacher planning tool, maybe some of the training.
So we've talked a lot about parents and how we can support parents in advocating for their children. But there's also the teacher side, and how do we support teachers in this very, very challenging work? And so one of our many tools, we create a lot of tools for teachers to be able to engage with families in affirming ways. And so we have a parent-teacher planning tool, which, granted is not the best fancy name, but it is what it is. And we have versions for parents and we have versions for teachers, so that they can come together and unpack the data in really simple ways, and then put together a learning plan. So it has been, we created it from the ground up with teachers and with parents, and based on behavioral science. So there's a lot of science and research that goes into this very simple 3-step parent-teacher planning tool. So we have some for the beginning of the year, we have a version for the end of the year, and it is just a language roadmap to help, again, facilitate that relationship in a heated way that just helps parents and teachers come together around the learning needs of their child. So, Virginia has taken it and sort of customized it and tailored it for Virginia parents and Virginia teachers, and it's being used all across the country in lots of different settings. And we found it to be really effective as just a way to sort of bridge that home and school environment. And it can happen online, it can happen in person. There are lots of different mechanisms to be able to have this conversation that we think is really important. Oops. There you go.
So this is just showing you all the great stuff we've had the privilege of doing with you. And this is just the beginning, but just wanting you to see that Learning Heroes and Dr. Coons and her staff we've all been working very closely together to try to simplify, to take all the jargon out, to meet parents where they are with the information they can use. And so these were just some visuals to show you that this work is very much in progress, but you guys keep making such big and huge decisions that there's clearly a lot of work still to do. And then we wanted to just open it up for an interactive conversation around other things. You see here some of the things that we've been working on, but would love to hear more from you guys on what you feel like would be advantageous. We have mounds of research, everything from kids with special needs to after school program, like you name it. There's so much we could have talked about today. So it'd be great just to know what other things might be helpful. And Pip, why don't you come up and join me, particularly if you have research questions.
Questions? Anyone? Mr. Hanson?
Thank you very much for this. This is very helpful. I remember going back to some time at the Department of Education 30 years ago, and we called a lot of this the Lake Wobegon effect. So this has obviously been around for a long time, but I just kind of keep coming back. And I really appreciate this last piece about parents. I've got 6 grown children now, but back in the 90s and early 2000s, we talked a lot about SOLs. It was a cultural priority in our system at the time, and so I may be not as engaged because now it's with grandchildren versus children. But I feel like for, many families, though, that the communication with their teacher and with the school, there just still is a barrier that is cultural. It's and I just am wondering if there's some things that you've learned in your data and your research that are, real life ways that can tear those barriers down. And I do view that some of it is just cultural. I feel like the teachers are so busy just teaching their children every day, diagnosing what's going on, and then to add that level of complexity on communicating with the parents. I just have sometimes like to compare this to the medical field, that when you get a biopsy, you're going to get those results back in 3 or 4 days, and you want the doctor or his assistant or her assistant to call you and let you know so that you can obviously start whatever interventions you may or may not need with that. And I was a CEO of a company called Scantron, and we tried to come up, this was 15 years ago, with these reporting tools that would be almost instantaneous for parents to be able to go on and see, an instant portal and kind of a report card, if you will, but very real and transparent. And I just feel like we've had 1,000 companies investing billions of dollars in this type of thing, and to really get it to a point where parents can have real-time data, real-time to understand, so they're not waiting, for each quarter or even worse each year to understand the interventions that their students might need. But I just feel like there's still just such an innate system barrier for communication with parents, and especially those that need it the most. And I'm sure you see this all around the country, but just any thoughts on, how we can really make some real progress in really opening up the communication lines in real time to really help those parents understand what their children are needing.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. There are a lot of ways to address these barriers that have sidelined parents outside of the school building. And I think it starts with pre-service. Right now, teachers in training there's no curriculum on how to engage with families at all. There are groups out there that we're partnering with that are working on that. We've talked with UVA and Department of the Education College. We've talked with University of Michigan. We've talked with many esteemed colleges of education all across the country, and it just does not exist. So I think we need to start there, because it is relationship building. I mean, we are humans, and we cannot AI our way out of this. There are technology tools that are super helpful. So there is Remind, and there is Talking Points, and there are lots of tools, PowerSchool, Canvas, and they're incredibly helpful. But there's no replacing that relationship. And we see, and we're doing a study right now in partnership with TNTP to understand the role of strong family engagement, what are the outcomes, and not just for achievement, but for the holistic school attendance, achievement, teacher retention, satisfaction. So as we think about retaining teachers, as we think about stabilizing enrollment in our public schools, I think relationships really matter. So when Cindy did, I think it was the slide before, the Dear Virginia Parents letter, we have a Dear Teacher letter that is like Mad Libs for those of us who remember Mad Libs, right? So it's, here's what my child loves, here's what my child doesn't like, here's where they struggle, here's where my family comes from. This is who we are culturally, so that teacher has a sense at the beginning of the year who that family is, the assets that they bring in. And we have a similar teacher letter for teachers to send home to parents. Here's who I am. Here's what I prioritize. There are home visits. There are lots of strategies that can be put into place. Again, school leaders play a role. Like, it's really hard to have a good school without a good school leader. They have to have the vision to see that engaging families is an instructional strategy. How do you want to improve your outcomes? Think about families as part of your instructional strategy. These are not carnivals, science nights. Those are lovely, important, but not sufficient. And so there are policies, practices, budgeting that has to be put into place, again, to give the teachers the time, the tools, the training to be able to do it. I mean, one anecdote, there's Brandon Pinckney, he's a Baltimore city principal. Every Friday, he sits with his teachers and says, okay, tell me what your families need. It's a full expectation that once a week, they go through and he knows what every family needs in that school. And then they work to address those needs. And his outcomes and his scores in Baltimore City are the evidence. Like, this community is thriving in a setting that's really challenging. So I think there are ways to do it if you prioritize it and bring that intentionality around it.
Ms. Holton?
Thank you. This is really, thank you. We really appreciate your terrific presentation. If you can go back to the slide with the key findings and opportunities for parents.
Yeah.
And I don't know, frankly, how much of this question is to you and how much Dr. Coons may be able to help fill in, but I'll ask it to you first. The student detail by question, and particularly parents need the SOL score sooner. And need to be able to talk to what the third category kind of goes with the sooner, need to be able to talk to the teachers to understand what to do. That's just seems like it's been a perennial problem here in Virginia across administrations. So my question to you is, what states are doing this well, and what are we missing that they're doing? How come we haven't been able to get this right? I mean, I will say this administration identified this as an issue when this administration started 3 years ago. And yet I'm not, maybe we're doing things that I'm not yet aware of, but what do we need to do to get there? What models can we look to? How do we
Can I jump on real quick before you finish that question? Because I think it's always been an issue of, like, as you all discussed it, parents can go in and see the question and how their child answered it wrongly, correct? And I think it's always been an issue of test bank questions. Has it not?
Well, I just want to
that
hear,
correct?
even if it's test bank, what are other states doing that we're not? Whatever the problem is, who's getting it right, and how can we understand what we're doing compared to what they're doing?
I'm just going to compare Tennessee to Virginia. Tennessee had an immediate, once you take the test, you're done. So it was much easier. But if you're in retake mode and you have an opportunity to retake, we don't get some of those scores till July because of the retake window. So there is some challenges based on just the testing window and capacity that we have in statute here that is a difference from Tennessee.
But don't we get you don't do a retake unless you failed. So the school knows who failed because that's who they're offering the retake to.
You can't close the testing window to run the score reports.
Yeah, but they have to close the window at least at the school level because they don't know who to offer the retake to until they have some data on who passed the first round. So in other words, the retake would be a great opportunity. We're identifying students who need to be offered an opportunity to retake. How do we engage with parents there?
So retake is really unique to you guys. I mean, I appreciate Dr. Coons raising that because we did hear that from the principals, that it makes the whole process messy with respect to the timing and how many students need it and how many don't. And then you've got parents who know and parents that don't know. And it also sounds like, and Dr. Coons will correct me if I'm wrong on this, but it also depends on the division that you're in. So, I look a little bit to like Smarter Balanced, right? Where they have like 13 states that they work with. And so they have a lot of variety across it. You can get that data right away. I mean, the state always wants to sit on it and quote, clean it. But the real-time impact is the school gets it at the same time, and then the schools are able to share that with their teachers immediately. So I think a conversation maybe with the Smarter Balance team just around learnings around that, because they have a 13-state consortium, We've seen them sort of figure this out. And I sat with my teacher and my principal in Washington State immediately after the test because they were able to pull it up. So again, there are not necessarily perfect protocols around it. I think a lot of states are struggling with this. I mean, everybody's trying to get it out the door before the end of the school year. And usually it's not the school that slows that process down. It's at the administration level where they want to double check a couple of things and they're worried about being perfect as opposed to being good enough.
President Creasy's point about the test bank has always been a perennial issue here in Virginia. And one of the problems there, I think, is that we do our own tests. You know, Virginia, we're unique. We always like to think of ourselves as unique. So we're not part of a consortium like Smarter Balance, et cetera. So we got to create our own test bank and we got to fund our own test bank and we don't. So I don't know how I mean, it seems to me that those suggestions up here from parents are crucial and really should be one of our very top priorities. But given that we're not in a consortium, given that we have test bank issues, et cetera, we haven't found a way to address it.
The only other thing I'll say is when we've talked to parents about this as a part of a project we did for Smarter Balanced actually years ago, parents didn't care if they saw the actual question. They just wanted to see a question like the question their child didn't get right. They're just trying to figure out, is it adding and subtracting fractions? Like, what is it? So to the extent that you can use the same proxy questions every year, parents are not looking for like, this is the one, but the what is it that they don't know. So there may be some workarounds there that I think Smarter Balanced and others have used to not actually release items, but to have a set of proxies for each question and use them literally every year.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation and for this work. This is, you know, as somebody whose kids were in school during the pandemic, if there was one silver lining, it was that I think a lot of parents' eyes were opened to maybe what they didn't know, you know, like what they didn't know about how their kids were doing. I think that there, as Bill mentioned, some, you know, real hurdles here, one of which is that during the pandemic, we kind of became complacent about this. So I was told, you know, yes, your child is behind, but everybody's behind. And so your child's on grade level now, basically. And I think we need to come back from that. And we need to really say, like, no, it's not enough to just compare to other kids who also suffered learning loss during the pandemic. But, you know, this is where your child ought to be. And that is tough to say to parents. And as a parent, it's tough to hear it. And another barrier that I see is, and you mentioned this, you know, people don't love the SOL, and I get it. Like, no teacher wants to teach to a test. No parent wants their child taught to a test. And so I think there's an issue of messaging there that we need to get right and tell people, like, no, we don't, you know, this doesn't paint the whole picture of your child, but this is a tool we use along with grades to see how they're doing. So I think we need to get that messaging right. And I appreciate what you're doing here to that end. You mentioned that Texas has on like the parent portal, all of this information. And here, I don't really see parents using anything like that until middle school. You know, there people correct me if I'm wrong, but I know like parents start using Schoology a lot in middle school to track their kids' homework assignments. And so I wonder how we could relay information to parents before middle school, like on some sort of dashboard. I just don't know that parents use anything like that for that point. And also from like K through third seems to be kind of no man's land for like how parents see there aren't SOLs. And there is so much variation in like when a child will learn to read. And so teachers are constantly reassuring parents, like, it's okay that your child doesn't know how to read yet. A lot of kids don't, but it just seems like K through third is where we most need to catch kids who aren't learning to read, because if they're not reading proficiently by fourth grade, they're on a pretty bad trajectory. And so I wonder if you've found in other states a good way to catch kids in that window and relay it to parents.
So you made me think of something I should have actually also shared with Member Hansen. actually Arkansas is struggling with this right now. They're rolling out a literacy screener for the first time ever. And again, you know, the time to talk about a new literacy screener that could say some things you don't want to hear is before your child gets their scores. So they're in the process of really struggling with this. I think the states that are learning in real time are the ones that are putting these literacy screeners in place, because we really haven't communicated. And Dr. Coons may know more about this because Tennessee has done some great work here. But that's the learning community right now is people who are putting the screeners out and giving parents an assessment score before third grade. And it is like totally green space. We know that parents are more hopeful the earlier you can get them. And an early education parent shows up dramatically different than a high school parent who's sometimes given up or feels like they're doing their job if they do disengage. So the earlier you can get them in a parent-teacher relationship as a norm, it is, I mean, you know, we call it low-hanging fruit, but like it is the best way to go after it. But I think we can look into some of the literacy screener work that's being done. We're doing some of it, but it's real time, so we don't know yet, like sort of how it's going to land. But Dr. Coons, you did some of this in Tennessee.
Yeah, our number one way to get to parents was Facebook. And then having Facebook retweeted for our K-3s. We did free books for families during COVID, free PBS lessons. We pushed everything out for early grade parents through Facebook, and it was crazy. We sold out of free literacy books and screeners and things in 3 days on Facebook. So Facebook was the fastest way to communicate, because then a school could just like and reshare and repost. So not that that's necessarily the direction we want to go, but that was the most effective way post-pandemic in Tennessee.
And there's just one other example on the advocacy side. So I mentioned the Go Beyond Grades campaign. So the city of St. Louis, an advocacy organization within the, it's called Opportunity Trust. There is a state law in Missouri where every parent is like legally obligated to know if their child is reading at a third grade level by third grade, but nobody knows about it. So they use the Go Beyond Grades campaign as a marketing tool to make sure parents knew that this law was in place and gave them the language to be able to ask their teachers. And then we also, again, created teacher materials for how to have these conversations with parents, because we know it is difficult. So we did the sort of the both and, but that's just another example of an organization that was like, oh, hey, this is an important thing for parents to know, that this is actually something they're like legally entitled to know.
Ms. Holton? So the literacy screener, that's a great idea, because I think I'm right, and Dr. Coons can help me remember the specifics, but I think we now require the literacy screener 3 times a year throughout the early grades. And that gives the teacher knowledge early on, beginning of the school year, middle of the school year, and end of the school year on where their child is. But I don't remember, Dr. Coons, is there a parent?
Yes.
So the parent must get that literacy. So a parent really is getting something from the school fall and middle year.
As a former Mimi, when my grandson was in second grade last year in Virginia, we got it 3 times, and I sat down with my daughter and we walked through it. Yes.
So, and is that true? Was that in your school division, or is that a statewide requirement?
That's a statewide requirement now with VALs.
So all school parents are getting an opportunity to know where their child is on literacy, and that presumably tells them whether they're on grade level or not, fall, January and spring in all the early grades.
Yes. Presumably, however,
The school has to push that out.
Who has to push it out?
School.
So do we require them to push it out? Or is that optional?
It's probably in parent-teacher conferences, right?
It's required to be pushed out. There's no monitoring of it.
Well, maybe monitoring it is something we want to do.
So I think it was one of the things that I highlighted a while ago, and I know we probably need to wrap up our discussion today for everyone, but I do think it's really, really critical. I mean, look, we can do all the screeners in the world. A teacher can see where a child is. We can send a piece of paper home to tell a parent where a child is. But if a parent doesn't understand what that report is saying about their child, or how to help their child move to where they need to be, it's really useless. And so, maybe this kind of gets to my question. How can you guys as learning heroes maybe help us with that?
Yeah. We have seen, it's really hard to translate complex data for teachers to families in ways that they can take action against them. So really appreciate the question. We've been training teachers all across the country at different altitudes on ways to do this, both through video and through train the trainers. So lots of different, so asynchronously, statewide in California. We have 4 modules that walk teachers through how to build relationships with families, build that trust, and then explain the data in context for that family so they know what actions they can take. It's on the Tools for Teachers platform, statewide, free in California. And then we've done other models again where we worked in Highline in Washington State, where we trained teacher trainers and worked with their assessment leads. So this is really important. To just work with the family engagement side of the division and not work in collaboration with the assessment teams that's when the magic happens. Yes. So that's really important. And that's what we did in Highline. We've also been in several other districts in California, working deeply with a charter network in Minneapolis to do very customized, deep teacher coaching. So each setting, there are tools that you can sort of universally give that help give teachers some basic understanding and context. But then we also do that deeper work at a district level to make sure wherever that district is, because districts are in different places, schools are in different places. So we very much customize and tailor it to help support those teachers in having those conversations, unpacking the data. But first they have to understand the data themselves, right? And then they can translate it. So that is the work that we do.
Thank you.
I would just add, we want to continue to come alongside Dr. Coons and her team. Like, the score report has come such a long way. You will not see the word vertical scale score. And that sounds common sense, but that was a battle, right? Like, and you guys won the battle. Because parents, when they see vertical scale score, what they say to us is they're intentionally trying to make sure I don't understand what I'm looking at. Like, that cynicism against public institutions come in and they think you did it to them on purpose. But, so part of this is just sharing that nobody in the system is actually trying to do that to parents on purpose. So part of this too is just sharing what we know. Like, we can come in as a third party with the research and say, if you want to meet parents where they are with information they can use, we have to talk about it like this. If you want to confuse them and have them think that that's intentional, you can hang on to these words you love. But the margin of error cannot be bigger than the name of the student on the score report, right? And so psychometricians have all the best intentions around the purity of their report, but in the communicating of it, you can lose a parent. So we really try to say, have the information for parents be for parents by design, not something that's tweaked, that was for the administrator or the division leader or the state site. And I feel like you guys are starting to really do that, is create things for parents by design and have a different grain size against them. And most states, what we see the fatal flaw is they create one document, and then when they need a parent document, they just put the word parent on it.
Can we just go a little deeper on that? Because that to me is, I think doing more trainings for teachers would be great. I think that's all, I'm all in on all of that. But also, I'm not ready to give up on the demand side. So extend your, what else should we be doing in terms of engaging parents and getting this information out there to them? We're coming up on another round of NAEP results here soon. Obviously, SOL results are an annual thing here. Critique us more, and as President Creasy sort of invited you also, what are things you could do? We don't have an opportunity trust in Virginia. We don't have an organization like that. So what are other things, this is the equivalent of that organization here. So what else could we be doing to engage and increase that demand side?
I mean, you're already moving in this direction, but a one-stop shop for parents instead of a go fetch is hugely important. So whether that's the Parent Resource Hub or whatever that looks like, having a one-stop that's easy to navigate. You guys have so many things, but having them all in one place that then school districts and schools agree to put on the parents, click here, red circle for more information, right? Expecting them to go find what they need just doesn't happen in the course of their busy day. And then this is going to sound silly, but it's worth saying, making it mobile friendly. Most departments of ed just don't go that extra step of making sure it's mobile friendly and that it's easy to use on your phone. And so I think y'all have so many of the pieces and parts there, but we've done a lot of what we call family portals. New Mexico is my favorite with the big balloons on it. You can customize it for your state, but family portals allow parents to just click on 4 or 5 different things and have an FAQ. And then actually even better, and the thing I was going to mention to you, Member Hanson, is, small video clips like Bib was talking about that easily explain something in the voice of the principal or a teacher or one of you guys that says, here's the why we did this. Allows you to be you on you and not them on you. So, here's why we changed this, and having that quick 2 or 3 minute video that can go out on social can totally change a parent's perspective. So I would say really use digital media content where you've recruited leaders that are camera ready in their ability to communicate. There are probably a lot of things you could do that would help parents understand what you're doing better.
One other suggestion. I mean, even if it's not a Go Beyond Grades statewide campaign, storytelling is really compelling for families. So if there is a way to lift up different stories of Virginia families all across the states and teachers and model what that looks like. This is how you come together. I was struggling. I mean, if you look at Sharita, she was very vulnerable in sharing her story about Christiana. It was hugely impactful. And again, we've done that in Tarrant County. We've done that in New York City. We could certainly do that in Virginia. But the power of storytelling to get that demand and give parents the sort of permission to go with their gut is another potential tool that you could deploy.
Just I hate
very briefly.
We're going to lose the space in 5 minutes.
I can do it in 30 seconds. I just want to encourage you all, great work, and Dr. Coons to not miss the opportunity to do this kind of work on our literacy screen, because it gets to K-3 and it gets to fall, winter, spring. So tell us whether these parents are getting those reports and understanding them, and help us help them understand them.
Thank you all
We'd love
so,
to.
so, so
Thank
much.
you.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want? Okay. Thank you, everybody. I know we'll have to carry on tomorrow. So we will see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and our work session is now adjourned.